Hello, YouTube. So we got brand new saga that we're going to be um, Steven here is going to be running for us, and I'm very, very excited to get started. And I'll just hand it on over to him, and he will lead us on this perilous journey through the underworld.
Very good, very good. Thank you, buddy. Thanks to Andrew for hosting this little affair on his channel, and yeah, it was a little enterprise that I posted to the message board a while ago, and I couldn't be happier with the two players that stepped forward, and here we are. So, without further ado, we step in to the saga. As we begin, there is blackness. The sounds of a cave dripping, small pools of water collecting on the floor, streams running, and a tiny point of light in the distance, a flame light, a torch. And as it comes closer, we can see that there's many. You can hear the sounds of footsteps, of voices speaking Jantan, a defiled tongue that can be heard echoing through this enormous cave. And as the lights grow closer, you can begin to see the floor, the smooth stone of it, the various rocks and stalactites and stalagmites kind of outcropping in front of them as this group makes their way through the underworld. There are about 100, a large party. To the outside of this large crowd that moves sort of as one group, you can see that there are a number, about 20, 25 Kalfar, well equipped with weapons and armor that's less ostentatious than you might expect from a Kalfar, more utilitarian. At the front, leading this party, is a very old but very, very healthy, very well preserved looking and able-bodied looking Kalfar. A reserved look on his face as he moves, or as he leads this large caravan. Behind him, surrounding this group, are a large number of much younger Kalfar. Their demeanor is less professional, less reserved. It's their voices that you can hear. In the center is a much less impressive group. 68 Chthon, walking defeated, dejected, at the center of this large party, surrounded by these Kalfar, some of them riding large cockatrice. The Kalfar, that is. And it is they who it is the Chthon who carry the torches. And with that, I will throw it over to Andrew to describe his character and give me any impressions that he might be having.
Near the back of this straggling group of half-starved, ill-equipped, and stinky Chthon is a Chthon who looks, at first glance, perhaps not any different than any other Chthon. He stands at 5'1", at a burly, stocky height and a burly, stocky build of 230 pounds of dark silver. He has a darker silver hide that sort of belies his age of 485 cycles, which is approximately middle-aged for Chthon, about 102 Earth years. But there's a look in his eye that is different than the other Chthon. Rather than looking dejected at the floor, he observes from the back. He observes the Kalfar, taking them in, weighing them, measuring them, seeing, almost, peering at them. Almost, he is pretending, I am pretending, rather, that I do not understand what they are saying, but I know all too well what these defilers of silver say. But I keep it to myself. I straggle in the back with some of the other Chthon who are not doing too well. Some of them, the younger ones, are falling farther and farther behind as they have been traveling for many days across an entire continent, across all of Katik, to make it to this area. But I look around at the Kalfar with my bright orange eyes and carefully observing them, weighing them, measuring them, looking for the slightest bit of weakness, and I will strike with our superior numbers, but they are so well equipped, much more than us. We barely have any equipment left from our long journey. No food, no water, barely any weapons, and the weapons we had have all been taken from us by these trespassers in the underworld, these usurpers. But I look like I am, even though I am observant, I look worn from my long journey. I look worn out mentally and physically. We have encountered many dangers and lost many in our struggle to make it this far north. Is it over? Is this how it will end? No. We will survive. I will not let them kill us. I will survive. And I straggle along in the back, limping slightly, as I look like maybe I've been wounded? No, not wounded. There's a scar across my back, a large scar where many scales of my hide are missing. As this shiny scar on my back, it is large, and it looks like it is an old injury, but I struggle on through the pain, as I am used to the pain now. I will not give up. This will not be the end.
As the days pass and nights pass, they are, as you'd be accustomed to, very hard to distinguish. But it appears that, or it's very clear that the Chthon determine, or the Kalfar rather, are determining when you move and when you rest. You're being fed. You're being taken care of. There seems to be an awareness of your health. They seem to be appraising you from time to time along the way after you've made camp. But in a way that might or would certainly be unusual to you, you'll notice that when they feed you, they don't feed the tribe as a whole. They feed individuals, and often feed those who are healthier the most, and then those who are the weakest, with those in the middle, those who seem to be less impressive specimens, being certainly less well taken care of. Go ahead.
As one of the Kalfar sort of hands me a bowl of some sort of horrid meat of some sort.
Yeah, it would be rats. There'd be lizards, fish occasionally, but it would be things that are being caught along the way. It seems that these Kalfar are quite skilled in survival in the open underworld. So yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I observe this Kalfar, weighing and measuring in my mind. Gears are obviously turning. Before I speak in the language of the Kalfar, the Jantan, I am Ezdulful, Kalfar. You do well to keep me alive, yes? I am the only one in this tribe who appears to speak your language. You understand, yes?
He smiles at this. The Kalfar standing in front of you is as most of this party, a relatively young adult Kalfar. He has a certain lack of poise about him, and he smiles broadly at this, and calls to a group of larger Kalfar who are surrounding the older gentleman who I described earlier. It speaks, he barks out as this party of or this small group of larger, slightly better equipped than most Kalfar approach with this older gentleman with sort of a stern look on his face. He stares down at you. This will add value. He is something of an oddity. Why do you speak our tongue?
I have met some of your kind before, ones who are not quite so generous as you have been to us, bringing us our food like this. But might I suggest, a great Kalfa, that you give a tribe, you give us the food, and we divvy it amongst ourselves. Yes, we know who needs the food and who does not. Yeah, yes, we uh, we have been traveling for much time, and well, some, as you can see, will clearly not make it very much farther. But we must keep alive our how do you say old one? Old ones, yes. They carry the knowledge we need to survive as a tribe. Uh, uh, yes, but yeah, you give these elders the food, and they will divvy it amongst ourselves. Yes.
This draws laughter, loud, boisterous laughter from the Kalfar that appear to be the guard of this older gentleman who does not break his stern expression as he stares down at you.
Of
The
course,
choice
your permission, great one. Yes.
This choice is not yours to make. But
No, of course. Of
he looks
course.
over at the young ones. We almost missed this value. There's profit in his strange ability to speak our words. You know more. You know much of the individuals in your tribe, yes?
Yes, great one. I am. How do you say? I politic. Yes, that is the word in your tongue. I politic.
You see, sort of like against his better judgment, just the smallest hint of a smile crack on this old Kalfor's face. It seems like your moxie in this regard is they're taking it in stride. They're almost like a child trying to negotiate with an adult. They seem to find it amusing in a way. But the older Kalfar, there's clearly gears turning in his head, and he turns over to one of the younger members of the guard. He will help you with your appraisals. He has much to offer. And he looks down at you. If you wish better treatment for certain members of your tribe. You shall need to make the case for it on an individual basis. The choices will be made by my men. But you have become more valuable based on a skill we just determined that you have. If you can share more skills of other members, perhaps you can change their minds. And he clicks his heels at this, and he walks off, clearly feeling like he's already spent too much time hobnobbing with the property. But he does leave two of his young entourage to spend a decent amount of time with you over the next couple of days, actually going through the Chthon one at a time and having you explain what they do, what skills they have, where they might be useful. And I'll leave it up to you just to comment if there's any sort of influence you're trying to impart on them in that regard. But yeah, I'll throw it back to you.
Yes, I explain it to him like this. Yes, see, for us, the most integral members of our tribe are the young and the old. You must understand, they are our past and our future. So here we have Kagara. Kagara, she is our miner, expert stone cutter. You must keep her alive. She is one of our elders. Yes, we also have here is Zataza'o. Zataza'o. She is how do you say, knowledge keeper. Yes. She is huntress. Must keep her alive. Elder. Here we have Miruth Zu, also knowledge keeper, knows much of stone carving and writing. Must keep her alive. Yes. Elder. Here, Lilikul, you mustn't mind her much, but keep an eye on her. She is distrustful. Look out for her. Here we have Baz Tolo, or he's kind of not right in the head, but he is great priest. You must keep him alive. And these children, and I sort of point to the 12 youngsters who are below the sexual prime. They still have this. Their hide is this shiny, very very shiny, almost metallic silver color. These ones you must keep alive. Must keep these ones alive. They will grow strong and make good. How should you say, slaves? They make good slaves, but you must keep them alive, and of course, myself included in this number. To speak to you, you will keep me alive. Yes.
So you certainly notice as you're going through these large numbers of your tribe. That there's one with a ledger out who's taking quite detailed notes, and seems to be adding this to their daily appraisals as they sort of walk through you and just sort of make sure that nobody's has any wounds that seem to be becoming a problem. You've begun to escort them and offer this information. So you certainly see that they're taking what you say seriously. Particularly when you said there's one that might be more treacherous than the most. You notice that also certainly piques their interest, and they've kept a closer eye on that particular member.
And I smile my shit-eating smile at them. Just in my head, just gears are turning. How can I'm pulling this to my advantage to make sure that the ones that I would like to keep alive stay alive. The ones that die, and I feel like this great surge of power through me that I haven't felt before. The elders who have denied me for so long, they are now at my mercy. I am the one who decides life and death. And I point kind of casually at one of the ones, one of the young adult. He's just past childhood. He's been struggling at the back for a long time. He has a large wound across his face that's starting to fester. And I say, this one, don't give him much food. He won't be alive much longer.
They smile at this, seeming as if you understand what the purpose of this exercise is, and yes, as the days carry on, much like at the very beginning of our saga, when there's nothing but the darkness and the point of light emerges that ended up being the party approaching, we have sort of the same thing happening in the opposite direction. Off in the distance, you can see a tiny point of light that takes days for you to begin to reach. But as it begins to grow, it becomes a line across the entire horizon that you see in front of you of light blue and purple and pink light. As the days go by and you reach a distance where you can begin to make out what's in front of you, you see that it's an enormous wall, hundreds of feet high and stretching out as far as you can see in either direction. You, Andrew, would most likely know this as what they call the Welcome Wall of the great city of Jalf, your destination. This enormous wall that shoots straight up from the floor of the underworld into the darkness hanging above is veined, almost like rivers running up it, with thick lines curving and twisting and meeting of amethyst crystal, which emits a quite powerful glow. And as you approach closer, you can see figures, humanoid figures, large beasts of burden at the ground level, dwarfed by this enormous wall. They really give you a sense of the scale of it. And as you carry on, you can see what looks, from your perspective, like a tiny door, which in reality must be enormous, that begins to open in this enormous wall. And with that, I will jump over. So hard cut, and we see a courtyard lit in the same hues that we described earlier. Those blues and purple and some pink, and then that's sort of complemented by some torchlight and firelight. Essentially, it's a large, I want to say like a quarter of a sphere, if you can picture that. If you took a sphere and cut it in four, there's one of those quadrants that's just an enormous hollowed out courtyard. And the back wall of this is the face of a huge, rather unkempt, but quite luxuriously built home. And this huge sort of quarter sphere space makes a large courtyard in front of it. And in the center of this, directly in front of the house, if you'd walked straight out the front door of the house and straight out through this large opening of this courtyard, you would see that there, directly in front of it, there's a tunnel that leads into this courtyard. Apparently only one that comes in and out, at least that you can see at the moment. And then at the back of this this large opening, you can see this enormous stone carved house that seems to be carved basically right into the stone of the underworld itself. There are a few figures in the courtyard. Kalfar, a human, a few Vigish, and they're training. It appears business being done there. They're focused There's little joy being taken in what's being done, and great attention being paid. But one figure in this courtyard looks somewhat out of place. Maybe you could tell by his body language that that this has been his first afternoon in the training yard at the stable. And I will throw it over to Adrian to describe your character, good sir.
Character. I am Chaldea, a Dagataka. I have white porcelain skin, short pink hair which I have back in a ponytail. I am naked from the waist up, showing my thin but muscular frame. This is a body of someone who has trained all their life. I have these yellow tight pants and just some simple cloth wrappings around my feet, which suffice as shoes. I'm standing there, arms held outstretched, each holding a wooden sword. They will not let us train with steel in this place. And at the edge of these blades, or edge of one of these blades, sits a stone. And while others practice parrying and thrusting, slashing, shield blocking, my practice is flicking this stone, watching it through the air and catching it on my other wooden blade. I do this for a long time, this sweat drawing. For anyone watching, I have not let one stone drop to the ground. After some time, I take it to the next level of unity of body, muscle. In a fight, all your senses are strained to the very limit. Your eyes, your ears. It's a lot easier when your muscles can talk to each other. And so trying to attain this level, this next level that I have not yet reached, I close my eyes and begin to try and flick this stone. And my ears tell me, as I hear the stone scatter across the ground, tick, 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 I have still not achieved this level. Each time I try and pick up this stone, mayhaps to the jeers of the surrounding humans, Kalfars and Vaigish, but I do not care. I keep trying, and I am unable to succeed. Look around at it. Oh, yep.
You feel a strong hand on your shoulder clamp down, and as you turn, you see a Kalfar that looks unlike many of the Kalfar, probably most of the Kalfar you've seen. He's much larger, while not unusually tall, just over 6 feet. He's extremely well muscled, built almost like an ogre. As he looks at you with hate in his eyes, he has a large, thick mustache that sort of runs down the sides of his mouth to his chin. Sort of like Hulk Hogan, if that's what I'm picturing, is Hulk Hogan's mustache. And he stares at you. His physique, like I said, is very unusual for a Kalfar and must be the product of a very specific training. And you also notice that he is relatively young, has a certain unweathered appearance. He wears no shirt, a pair of black trousers that come up high on his abdomen. Boss wants to talk. Frayne. He leads you into one of the many doors on the front of this house. into a relatively open room, large windows that you can observe the courtyard from. And sitting in a chair inside this room at a large desk, the room is largely unfinished. It's largely empty, but it does have this large desk where another relatively young Kalfar sits. He has extremely long hair that certainly flows under the level that you could see with him sitting in front of this enormous desk. And as he looks up at you, you can see the glee in his face at the his most recent acquisition. He stares at you. Do you know what you're here for?
Before I respond to being called a frame by this Kalfar, funny, I'd never considered myself a frame, being born a Dagataka, and male at that. I was treated no better than scum from my own people. It didn't matter what my skills were, my craft with the blade and spear, the valor with which I protected the company I worked for. When it came to the end of it, when the going got tough, my people left me on the shores as I watched the coral ship fleet out. And I turned to face these enemies. And these purple-skinned Kalfar appeared. I chuckled that moment, thinking I was going to be killed by the people that I had been accused of being tainted by the crime of being born at dawn. And I threw down my weapons and waited to die. Yet they did not kill me. This Kalfar here saved me for a different purpose. One that I'm eager to hear. Not as yet. What is my purpose? Why have you saved me?
Stares at you. Jalf is a city of wonders. We're a tranquil people, much like yours. We've given up much of the harshness of the world. The people of Jalf need blood. And he smiles at the very well-muscled Kalfar next to you. We provide it.
So you wish to spill my blood to appease the citizens of this dark place?
The well-muscled Kalfar smiles and nods at this. He seems like quite impressed with how succinctly you were able to sum that up. And the one behind the desk stares at you. You seem not unwise. What do you think your purpose is?
A Dagataka must learn quickly in frame society, for no favors are given. You must earn your place. As I hope there's a place for me to earn here.
He kind of furrows his brow at this. Yes, the stain of El Salm. It is unfortunate. You see, the Urbrunulfi is a place of illusions. reality is often inconvenient. Sometimes things need to be simplified for our fine clientele. And he sort of looks up at the well-muscled one. Bring in Jalfo. And the larger one nods at this and steps outside and returns with one of the Kalfar that was in the training yard. He's extremely handsome, of more of a typical Kalfar build, slim, tall, quick. You'd notice that he is probably, with the exception of the Vaigish, was the most impressive if you were sort of appraising people who are training in the yard. It's become apparent to you that he is a slave, but he appears to be amongst the best treated in this establishment. And the Kalfar behind the desk nods at him. The people of Jalf need heroes, but they need more than that. And he looks at you and he smiles. You have... Oh, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, I am no hero.
He smiles at this. We were all born with natural ability. It seems that you have a penchant for being hated. He says this, he really elongates the last word, lets it hang. There are heroes, but you will be no hero. You will fight for me, and you will be hated. And with that, unless there's something you want to add there, buddy, I'm about to jump back.
I'm just a little bit stunned at that, sort of loss for words, having no idea of this place that who or where I will be hated, other than through the sport of spilling blood. Yeah, I'm stunned. I have no response.
And you can see the three Kalfar at your kind of overwhelmed demeanor. They certainly take a certain amount of pleasure in this. They're clearly, even the slave is certainly enjoying watching you sweat and try to put these pieces together. And they're obviously not going to make it easier on you than they have to.
I think of yet another almost laughable part of my life, being an outcast amongst my own people, hated for reminding them of Elsam and the Kalfar, and now I'm amongst the Kalfars. I consider that I'll be hated for my freeing heritage. I have no people. I have no home. I will perhaps I'll forever drift between the two. That's it.
All right, sir. Amazing. So we will jump again. As we cut, we come in on the very Chthon that we were focused on earlier, who, after arriving, entering through that enormous but seemingly tiny door in the welcome wall, was processed along with the rest of his tribe. Brands were put on the sides of their necks. The process itself was a very rushed and unceremonious affair, as they were brought into an enormous room full of a huge number of other species that seemed to have suffered the same fate. You could see creatures being pulled into different lines and different sections. It seems as though the brands that were being put on varied. You could probably discern basic groups that it seems like very, very large, strong captives sort of being put on one side. Seems as if those with great skills in various regards were put in different areas. But much to your delight, I would imagine, you see that for the majority of this process, the tribe is kept together until, after making your way as a group out of this enormous room, all of the Chthon now wearing these brands on their necks in the symbol of an anatomically correct heart. You are removed from the group as they make their way through the tunnel. One of the many Kalfar who you really lost track of at this point in the madness and the bedlam of the sorting room. You are grabbed, pulled aside, and as the tunnels, as the large group of your 68 tribesmen makes its way through a tunnel, two grab you by the shoulder and pull you off down a different tunnel,
No.
one of the many tunnels that emerges.
No, Master Kalfars, don't take me away, please, no, I need my tribe, please stop, please.
Pow! You feel the hilt of a sword in your ribs. Boom! They seem to be taking no time to explain the situation or to make any argument to you, other than a quick surprised look on their face at the fact that you can speak Chanton. They drag you rather unceremoniously down this hallway. They are certainly taller than you, not necessarily larger, but certainly have been better kept and appear quite well trained in dealing with unruly slaves as they push you down this smaller separate hallway.
Yeah, that's definitely enough to shut me up. And I kind of grovel. I'm like, oh, sorry, Master. Sorry, but I'm still glancing towards the way my tribe went, just genuinely, honestly panicking. The thought of being separated from, my group and being alone, being alone, Chthon is a horrible idea. That's dreadful.
And alone you are with at least your two guides as you make your way through a great number of tunnels. At first, you follow this long tunnel that was the offshoot of the original, very, very large, wide tunnel that you were in. But as you continue on, frankly, over the course of a few hours, you make your way through a great number of different environments. You get a sense of the incredible labyrinth that is Jalf, as tunnels are constantly being intersected and crossed and opening into large rooms, and as you move through, some of the tunnels are quite well adorned, almost like a parkway or a boardwalk, with huge businesses to the sides. You make your way through much seedier areas with groups of tough-looking Kalfar on the corners staring at you as you make your way past with your two guides.
I look around in confusion. This is just like there's so many senses coming into my nose, so many sounds coming into my ears. It's a city, and I've never been to a city before. It's just incredible. I'm just wide-eyed, looking around, feeling, overwhelmed by the scents and sounds, and of the city, but at the same time feeling so alone in this large space. I've never been separated from my tribe before. I've never been really separate from them, and this is a terrifying experience. And I sort of like quake. I'm just like sitting there, like as they're kind of dragging me along. You know, I'm moving around on my stumpy little legs with my big pot belly, but just just shaking with fear, honestly.
As you continue, you enter another very long, rather unfinished tunnel. It almost feels like naturally occurring. And as you make your way down this, you ultimately enter into a large courtyard in front of the face of an enormous, rather beat up, but certainly at the time that it was built, very luxurious home. Inside this home, in a room on the second floor, our noble Freyne is being tended to. He sits in a chair. In front of him are a number of flat reflective surfaces serving the purposes of mirrors, and around him are a great number, at least 5 or 6 Kalfar, all tending to him. You can see them smearing a gold powder or gold paint across his face, not in a war paint style per se, but across the whole surface of it, turning his skin to a glittering gold color. So you can see others tending to his hair, puffing it up, drawing it back, and running the same gold pigment through it. In the side of the room, you can see a few tradesmen who appear to be painting a quilted jerkin and working on a pair of boots, adding some thickness and a slight heel, not like a high heel, but like a boot heel, kind of like a cowboy boot maybe, base to them, seemingly to add a little bit of height to whoever would wear them. You would also notice that there is being work of structurally done to the jerkin, and it appears to be being let out so that it would be fitted for a female Kalfar rather than a male. And as you would notice this, you would, looking in the mirror, be able to discern that it seems like in your appearance as well, in terms of your facial structure and the style in which they're making you up, that they appear to be giving you the at least the appearance of a female Freyne.
What? A part of me, I reject this sight, but then I understand this value that my owner, my master, needs of me. Looking back at my armor, at the adjustments they've made, the breasts they've pushed in to this will get me killed. They've ruined the tight fit of it. I look back and inspect this makeup job. This is not a good enough one to fool the Freynes of my homeland. The heavy, thick makeup. They would all see me for what I am, a Dagataka trying to hide under makeup. But maybe in this place of Jalf, the makeup will suffice for people who have not seen the Noonborn of my kind. Probably do not understand the golden glow of our skin. Look at the hair. It added some length to it. I do look slightly feminine. And apart from the eyes, it's an okay job. Am I to look like this every moment of the day or night, whatever it is at this moment? Am I to wear makeup my whole life like this? I can feel my skin sweat under this thick application of golden hue.
You're generally shushed by the workers tending to you, but one of them does respond briefly. No, they asked to see a sample of our work. He has great plans for you, and he sort of dismissively waves his hand as he tries to work on your face, which is difficult as you talk. You can see that they appear almost
sort of cough underneath his
He glances over at a bodyguard type in the corner of the room, sort of glances back at you, but continues to work. You can see almost that the workers tending to you appear frightened. It seems like they're working under a gun, so to speak, and they're quite concerned to make their finished product look as good as possible. So they work rather feverishly. To jump back to the courtyard quickly, as you approach the house, Andrew, you can see 4 figures standing in front of it. All Kalfars you've probably become accustomed to at this point. There are the 2 younger male Kalfar that we mentioned earlier. A large, muscular one. Again, not unusually tall, but extremely well built. As well as the smaller, slighter Kalfar with the extremely long hair that, now that he's standing up, you can see hangs almost to his knees. It's silver in color. Next to him stands a female Kalfar of about the same age as the 2 males. Again, sort of a young adult age range. She appears to be not a laborer for certain. She is very well dressed and appears to have taken a great deal of time in her appearance. Her hair is curled, almost unbelievably, and sort of cascades over her, sort of like almost like a powdered wig. The 4th is much older. Sort of middle-aged, maybe even late middle-aged. He's quite overweight for a Kalfar. He has a bulbous stomach that hangs over him. He's dressed, again, quite well. Wears a long robe of very fine silk, and wears a silver ring with a large gemstone in it on every finger and on his thumbs. And he seems to light up as you approach with your two escorts, Andrew. And as you draw closer, you can hear him say, "Your gift, my dear," and smiles at the younger female Kalfar. You can see the 3 younger Kalfar all sort of looking down at you, appraising you. And she responds, "A Chathan?" They look down at you.
Sort of like,
Go ahead.
I'm opening and close, like nervously. When I'm nervous, I tend to like open and close my mouth a lot. So I'm kind of like, and I almost like I'm trying to speak because I know that this is the moment. Like I got to do this. I am very valuable. I speak your tongue. I say in Janton.
It can talk. The Kalfar with the very long hair says to the 2 bodyguards, sort of shocked at this. Well, perhaps You wanted a gladiator. It seems you may have gotten a scribe. Why can you speak our tongue?
I encounter your kind before. As I say to these ones, I now I'm confusing, like, these young ones, I'm assuming, are the ones that, that were in the caravan, but, I can't tell the difference between these people. They're so, they look all the same to me, but I'm an apprentice, I think that's the word, to the knowledge keeper of my tribe, yes? And I know many things. I can help you. I know much of Chthon and my tribe, the real lock. Yes, I help you.
The three younger ones are looking at you quite unimpressed by this this display. The older one, who you might have assumed at this point is the father of the female Kafar, is sort of looking at them almost imploringly, hoping to win them over. The female says, "Oh God."
I'm kind of panicking now that I see, like, they don't look impressed. I know many languages. I know Thuban and Tehulian and Jantan and Woolish. I can speak for you. I can write for you. Please let me live, please. Yes.
You almost see the female soften a little bit at this and kind of smile, not necessarily feeling bad for you, but almost like amused by your antics, and starting to warm to her new possession a little bit. She looks down at you, but glances back at the male Kalfar with the very long hair, and says to him, "But Chthon don't fight. They're too cowardly."
I fight. I know how to fight. I can fight. I can command. I can command Chthon. I'm working to become an elder of my tribe. And once I am an elder, I will have power. Yes, and I can send them to do my bidding. I work. What's the word? It's politic. Yes, I politic with my tribe, the real Ook, and I politic with other tribes. I can do this for you. I can and I'm like gears are just starting to kind of clog up in my head. Like, I'm just thinking of everything I can to save my hide. I can. I can speak. I can to the slaves. I can help them work harder. Please, yes.
You see the younger Kalfar with the long hair turn to the older fat bald one and say, "This tribe he speaks of, where are they?" The father responds, "They will be doing some work for me. They seem to not impressive enough to work in the mines. Perhaps that is fortunate for them, but I have work to be done in my shop. Clean small stone works for me. It is good to have a tribe. I wish to follow in your footsteps," he says to the young one, almost sarcastically, and smile. Perhaps I will begin to grow them," as he looks down at you.
Yes, we are. There are not many of us. Many. We have traveled across an entire continent. You have heard of Kitik, yes? Many have died. You must allow us to breed. It's been so long. We've been everywhere we have gone. We have been pushed out by those who are larger. But you can help us. We can grow our tribe and survive. Yeah. Yes, we can. And you can tell us what to do. Please, great Kalfar masters. Please allow us to do this.
You can see the sort of enthusiasm of the female Kalfar sort of spread to the male with the very long hair standing next to her. The larger, more muscular one is still pretty stone-faced, but the other two seems to be warming a little bit. Again, not necessarily to you in terms of any kind of empathy towards you,
Mhm.
but it's sort of enjoying your the predicament you're in, and sort of a sinister smile crosses the face of the male with the long hair as he stares down at you. But he glances back over to the father figure. You you should see my newest work. And he glances over at the well-muscled Kalfar, who seems to know what he means, and enters the home. Adrian, there is a knock at the door as a large Kalfar is allowed to enter the room you're in. You can see that their work is largely finished. You are covered head to toe in this bright glittering gold pigment, having now put on your armor, which certainly fits a little bizarre, as we've said. It gives you certainly the profile of a female. If you get up close to the mirror, I mean, you could see that the details are would be very obvious, that they're not it's not genuine, but that things have almost been accentuated, so that from farther away you'd be able to make out sort of the almost sort of sculpted on or illusory bone structure of your face that seems to be made to be visible from a long way away. As he ushers you out of the room, you can see in the room just beyond it that appears to be maybe like a dining room. There is a small group of weapons sitting on the table. Your weapons, which have now been painted gold as well. The large, muscular Kalfar, who's now being escorted as well by the bodyguard who was inside the room as you were being prepped. He gestures, just nods towards the weapons on the table. Ready yourself.
I am to fight now.
He smiles at this.
You,
No, but your life as a gladiator begins today, son.
you sure don't miss anything. And I'd like grab. I was just looking at myself after the thought in the mirror. This very my appearance just repulses me so much. The complete opposite of who I am. They will shame me this way. I sort of think to myself, but I need value. Without value, my life is forfeit. I sort of look at this Kalfar, this muscular for Kalfar, and I say, Enna Freya Dottir. If I am to play this part, then the name should also fit. Freya Dottir is a royal line of my people.
He seems he seems to consider this. It's almost as if he's unimpressed by this, but he feels like it's good. It's a good idea, but it's almost as if he kind of gives you a look to say that this is not my concern, what you're talking about. He almost says something and appears to almost become frustrated, and gives you a push on the shoulder towards the door. Now that you've picked up your gear.
I sort of strap my belt around with the two Kopesh, gold-colored Kopesh, and grab the war spear and move confidently into this next room, ready to play the part. So even the uncomfort of this extra weight around my chest, these breasts that they've pushed into the armor, feel it almost chafe a little bit, and then I sort of push out my chest to accentuate this point and sort of stroll as confidently as I can.
As you enter the courtyard, you can see the three Kalfar that we described earlier, who are joined by the one who was escorting you, and the bodyguard. As you approach, you can see a Chthon flanked on either side by two guards as well, who appears to be begging. I don't know if that is that accurate. Begging for his life, as he's being appraised by these Kalfar. And as you begin to approach, you can see the Kalfar who you've probably discerned at this point to be your owner, with the extremely long hair hanging down, look over at you and to smile at your appearance.
I've never seen a Chthon before. This large, ugly creature. Taken back, I just think to myself, there is no bounds to ugliness in this place far from the sun.
To add a few more details, you also notice that I am very, very strong. Very top-heavy build, with the legs being kind of stumpy and not very like strong, but like arms and shoulders are broad and just really well defined, really heavily muscular, and I do have a sort of reptilian frill around my head that sort of is quaking at the moment in sort of fear as I am begging for my life.
So looking at my master, of whose name I'm yet to know, trying to make eye contact.
He looks down at you and appears quite pleased. Not necessarily looking like at you, but just sort of studying you, looking up and down, sort of appraising the work that's been done. At least they have not let me down this time. These tradesmen, he says, sort of glancing back towards the house. And he looks over at the father, and he smiles at him quite knowingly. We need a name for him. Freya Dottir! You hear the large, well-muscled Kalfar shout, seeming to have stolen your insight for what would really get the crowd going. And this gets another smile from the long-haired Kalfar. Indeed. What is a female Freyin name? I know none of your people, he says to you.
Enna Freya Dottir.
He smiles at this. It appears that you understand your place. Most that I've tried this type of approach with kind of looks frustrated. They try to win me over again. You seem to comprehend your purpose here. He smiles at you again with that kind of, very like a resentful smile. Certainly very happy with the situation, but not making it any easier on you than he has to.
My short life I've lived on this surface, I have learned to survive. I will learn to survive here. I understand my value to you.
In many ways you may find the life of a slave, or at least of one of my slaves, to be less complicated. You eat well, you sleep well, and you do as you're told. You shall do fine, creature of light, he says to you.
I have the name of the master I serve.
Hmm. You ask many questions, do you not? My name is Flay, spelled P-H-L-A-Y. If you want there, Andrew, or Adrian. Sorry. I'm building an empire, he says, sort of glancing around the courtyard. I have a great reputation to live up to. The arena is our future. There is... kind of looks down, like almost frustrated as he's talking about this. They do not understand the business, the profit in blood. Our city has become complacent. They need the drama of the old world, the old ways. And he looks at you, the old grudges. And he smiles. You understand. He understands, he says to the group. You have much to learn. He addresses this to the Chthon. You should spend time with my new acquisition. He kind of smiles at both of you. Your lives as slaves may have been undersold to you. You and your tribe, in fact, and he says this sort of addressing it to the father. Your tribe is quite fortunate as well. They will dust off small stones during the day and eat and sleep at night. They will be given their quarters by my fine father-in-law, he says, and he bows to the older Kalfar as he says this, almost sarcastically. But, But I should hope there is no reason that we should need to motivate you, he says to you, Andrew.
Just a couple things.
Yep.
When the Frayne sort of enters the courtyard, you also notice that, like, it almost seems like he starts breathing heavily. I'm actually, like, sniffing the air. Oh, the intoxicating smell of a Fey. Oh, how long it has been since I've consumed Fey flesh. Oh, so sweet, so sweet. Oh, what I would give to consume it again. But I sort of, I stay silent through the whole conversation, just kind of observing, watching them talk, and near the end, I say, well, in my mind, I'm thinking, this is slavery? This is wonderful. This is better than what we've been having. This is wonderful. And I say, yes, thank you, of course. Obedience to the great master. Yes. You may call me. I am Edst Uthul. Yes. I will serve you well. Yes.
He actually glances over to the female Kalfar at this and says, "It appears your slave has the wrong idea. Discipline him." And she kind of squares herself up in almost like a comical way. She clearly doesn't have much of a presence to her, but she says with almost some kindness in her voice, she says, "You will be mine. Flay will train you, but you," she smiles and kind of looks at the male Kalfar, "you are the first of my yard, the yard of Shira." She extends her hand out. Yeah, I'll put it that way, almost as if you should not necessarily kiss it, but sort of bow to her. It seems like what she's going for.
Yeah, I look really confused. Like everything they're saying is like really well, like foreign. Mistress, mistress is that the word? I'm sorry. It is hard for me to tell the difference between you. What do you want? What do you want me to do? And like I sort of like I'm holding my hands out, and I have Chthon have very distinct hands. We have 3 fingers in the middle with 2 opposing thumbs on each side of our hands, and I'm sort of like keeping my hands out. What do I do? What do you want?
Bang! You feel another shot in the ribs as the bodyguard next to you knocks the wind out of you, dropping you to your knees.
Now, not wanting to be disciplined myself, in a fast flurry of motion, I pull my kopeshas out and spin them around my hand and drop to one knee on the ground, and I place both blades on the ground with my head down. And I say, "My master," and I look into his eyes, and I say,
I sort
"My
of
name, Kaldir, Ina Freya Dottir. Any name you wish of me, I will play the role."
The female seems quite pleased with this, but the male with the long hair and the muscular male seem a little miffed at striking the property over such a small transgression, and they're sort of eyeballing the guard who hit you. We must maintain the property, men. And kind of smiles at you. Come, I will teach you of Freyin, of our Kalfa hospitality. And he leads you into, for the first time, the main doors of this house, which are quite large, double doors that are opened as you begin to approach. The inside of the house, as I said, it's sort of a strange decor, if you will, where it appears to have been a house that was very well built and quite luxuriously adorned at one point, but that has fallen into disrepair. You could do either of you have any skill in Mason? Just real quick. Then we don't need a roll or anything. But
at Stoolthul?
I'm sorry.
Are you asking if at Stoolthul has
Yeah. You do.
I have and quite good actually. I have 3 in Mason with a forte in stone carving.
Okay, so you would notice that the quality of the carvings that have been put into the walls, while they've been worn away and sort of polished down with time, with a million sort of hands going over them over the cycles, that they were done quite well, carved sort of in negative relief, leaving the images while carving the stone around it to create the illusion of carvings, and these are dotted throughout the high-ceilinged main sort of foyer that you're entering. You would also notice that the foundation of this large home has been severely cracked, which may explain how these relatively young and seemingly, while they've come from quite good families, relatively unestablished as of yet, Kalfar could have come into possession of such a large home. And you notice that over more recent cycles, much more simple adornments, sort of thick, heavy stone banisters that are much less finished, and railings, and the upkeep has been certainly not to the level of fineness that the home was once built. It's much more of a utilitarian approach that's been taken in recent years. And sort of in this vein, they lead you to a very large dining room with a very long table in it. Again, at one point, this would have been a very fine sort of almost like sort of ballroom type dining room with an enormous table down the middle that has a great number of dishes that have already, or a great number, maybe say a meal for 20 people that has been finished at this point. So you can see dishes being piled up. You can see a few Kalfar servants sort of taking dishes off the table and not clearing it very deliberately, but just slowly making their way out with food, with sort of the remnants of plates and dishes and stuff. It appears as though a meal for a large number is just finished. But you can also notice other servants bringing new plates and platters and bowls of food to the table. There's water as well as wine and other alcoholic beverages provided on the table. And as you enter, you can smell certainly some unfamiliar smells of food, some of which would be very unpleasant to you, but also certainly some familiar smells. The majority of the food on the table is sort of typical Kalfar fare, sort of fungish, and the meat of generally small animals, rats, lizards, insects. You can also notice, though, that there is a great deal of options in terms of vegetation. There is a very, very large platter of a very, very sweet-smelling seaweed dish that would likely appeal to a Freyine that's being brought out. It appears like there's a great number of options in terms of foodstuffs on offer. And as they lead you over to this long table that's now empty, with just a single candle, set up in the middle. You sit on either side of this very long table, and are given dishes, and some servants actually pour you some water, and you find yourself. Yeah. Well, I was just going to throw it over to you guys, but yeah, you find yourself sitting across from each other at this table as sort of used dishes are being taken out and new foods being brought in.
Are all those Kalfar I saw out in the courtyard in this room?
No, the Kalfar. Well, like the ones that you were just dealing with.
Yes.
No. You're being escorted in. You're escorted in by the muscular one, as well as two of the guards. But while the guards stay in and sort of position themselves by the door, not too far away from either of you. You are left basically alone. They're sort of standing off behind, almost out of the glow of the light. Not that would matter much to you, but essentially it is the two of you with a few servants flitting in and out who seem to know their place and are not attempting to start any conversation.
Before I like enter the house, I kind of close my eyes for a second, very, very briefly stop in place. Not enough that like they're gonna hit me for stopping, but I stop and I sort of feel the cavern around me, feel the building around me, I'm looking for silver amongst these people. I'm wanting to feel which ones have the most silver upon them, so I can know which ones I will wreak my revenge upon first and devour first.
I would say when you were outside, you would certainly get that sense, that feel from the older heavyset Kalfar, and you'd certainly be able to see a decent amount of silver jewelry on him. Mm-hmm. The female and the male with the very long hair, your two owners, Shira and Flay, they would also have a fair sort of aroma of silver to them, and the larger, more muscular one would have significantly less than the other two.
Okay, good to know.
Or other three, rather.
All right, so back in the dining room, I'm just I'm looking around in confusion, but also just visibly there is sort of drool almost coming out of my mouth as I see this feast before me. Something so much food I've not seen in so many cycles since I left the Damarian Mountains. It's just quite incredible. But I shut my mouth. I am not going to. Not anytime soon am I going to be speaking, as I'm afraid that I'm going to get whacked again. But I kind of just sit at the table, sort of looking around, almost can I eat?
There's really no one there to give you the nod. You're essentially just escorted to the seat and sat down by these two guards, and then they sort of retire across the room. As I said, it's a very large room, so while they're certainly close enough that they could be there in a few seconds if they sprinted, you probably get the impression that if you were to speak at a low level, that either they wouldn't be able to hear you, and they don't seem particularly concerned. They've sat you two across from each other. It seems like they're and the servants who are sort of have their heads down and they're working. They're clearly on the clock, so to speak, at the moment. So you would probably, I mean, obviously I'll leave it up to you, but there doesn't seem to be any direct impression that you two shouldn't speak at the moment.
I look very reluctant, but I do open my mouth and say, Freyine? Yes? Right? I'm looking at you, Kaldir.
I was just finishing tasting some of this sweet seaweed, and look up to you, meet you in the eye. Yes, I am Freyine. Dagataka amongst my people. Don't touch. I am an outcast. And you are all Chthon, the same bulk and size and disgust as yourself, judging by the food that you're I say that judging by the food that you're collecting on your plate, if you are any.
When he mentions food, I almost imagine, like, a little part of my mind is like imagining slicing him up and like having him as little strips of meat on the table, and part of like my mouth kind of like a little drip of spittle kind of comes down my mouth, and I sort of like come back to myself. Disgusting. Yes, you're kind. They don't eat the meat. Yes. It's strange, but yes, my kind eat food like this, things you can eat. Yes, I am Chthon, and you can call me Etst Uthul. Etstulthul, or I suppose if that does not rest well on your tongue, you can call me Etst. Just as a note, do you speak Thuban?
No.
Kaldir?
No.
Okay, that was out of game. Okay, never mind then. Yes, but built like me, some are stronger, some are weaker, but I suppose we Chthon we are stronger than. No offense, but we are stronger than the Freyine, shall I say?
Stronger, yes, but much slower on your feet, by the looks of you.
Yes.
I just wanted to add quickly. Sorry to jump in, guys, but as you're sort of settling in and starting to fill your plates up, you notice that two servants approach with sort of quite well-made white steamed towels, and they put them down. They actually give two to the Freyine, apparently to clean up some of this makeup before you get down to business. But you can feel them. They're certainly not intruding in any way in the conversation. They're just taking care of business, clearing off plates, and bringing out ever more options for you guys to choose from.
And I take this option immediately, grasping the steaming hot towel and just very strongly rubbing it down my face, and looking down and seeing all the much of the golden makeup is now smeared on the towel. And for you, Andrew, you're seeing my porcelain white skin underneath, and many of the scars that dot my cheeks.
Yeah, I sort of settle into the chair, but I look really uncomfortable. My legs are, I'm sure, dangling most uncomfortably, and I just can't seem to find a position. I almost look like I'm a little bit in pain. But I definitely, I'm very hungry, so I dig in, but I don't say very much else um, unless you bring up something. I seem to kind of keep to myself for the most part. But I definitely glance at you, sort of like watching you take off this blood of a Hora Mazda off of your face, and kind of, giving you quizzical looks and observing the scars, observing the muscle, just kind of weighing and measuring you, almost uncomfortably, I suppose, because I'm sort of staring at you while I eat. So I'm like, oh, I got like a there's like an albino fish, I kind of slurp up into my mouth and chomp down on it, and I have like my face is very almost maybe a little bit disturbing in appearance, just because it's sort of skull-like, like Alchithon. It's there's lots of emphasis around the skull features of my face, and my beak or mouth is quite terrifyingly sharp, with sharp little beak at the end, but with sharp edges where I just I put down food and just bite it in half, like just super easily, with no effort, just going through bone and whatever, not even bothering to get rid of it, just biting it in half and chomping down.
Quite disgusted by this display. I move back to our purpose in being here. So we are to fight in this arena. Well, this is my value. Do we fight together? Am I to assume?
Sort of like look at you kind of like nervously, like my frill on my head sort of like kind of flips, a little bit, kind of like moves very slightly, and I say, fight? Yes, I will fight in this arena. Really? I hope not. But
I don't
if
believe
I have
we have
to
a choice.
survive.
I don't think we have an option or a choice in the matter.
I get that
They've
in.
revealed to me that this is our purpose. The intent of our masters is to fight us for gain, or maybe value of money, or standing amongst their people. This
Money?
is their intent of us.
Fight for money? I definitely look confused by this. They
Coin.
trade? Is that the word? Yeah, coin. I've heard of this horrible, wretched thing. Yes, the silver. Yes.
You do not understand money.
I understand money. I just don't. I don't seem to elaborate on this further. I'm seeming to have difficulty finding words. Like I can speak Janton, but it's having to speak it so much in one day. I almost look like I'm kind of. I don't know what else to say. Like money, silver.
You'll notice at this point, two of the Kalfar who had addressed you are entering the dining room, and rather unceremoniously, they kind of usher you to stand up while you're in the middle of eating, and begin taking off the armor that they'd set on you earlier. Really, just the jerkin seems to be what they're concerned with, but they begin to sort of unwrap this, largely unperturbed by the conversation you two are having.
As they're doing this, Not concerned by the people adjusting and taking off this armor. I continue the conversation with Etz, and I say, "How do you fight? How do you fight? How did you learn to fight amongst your people? You're quite strong. Imagine you could chew into a man with that mouth of yours."
Well, yeah, yes, I do what I have to do, of course. You understand. In the where I am from, in Kitik, yes, you've heard of Kitik? Under the mountains we lived. You heard of Damarian Mountains, yes?
I nod. I've heard of this place.
Yes, my tribe, the Ril Ak, that is what we are called, you see.
You have traveled very far.
Oh, yeah.
I said that. That's quite. I said that quite complimenting. Being no stranger to travel myself, it was how I was employed as a caravan guard. You have traveled very far. It speaks highly of your ability to survive. That you are still alive. I know the dangers of the road.
I kind of like look off a little bit distantly, and I'm like, yes. Definitely not wanting to elaborate further, but taking the compliment in stride. Yes, well, in the sea, there are many Chithan in Katik, and not a lot of food, you see, and so we have to find ways to get food. Things got bad with other tribes fighting for food, and not enough to go around. You see.
So you are from weaker tribe then?
Weak? Well.
You run from other tribe.
Well, yes, of course. The
tribe bigger
thing
than you.
to do. You want to survive, don't you? Of course, yes. We get out. Our tribe fighting other tribes, ogres in the foothills. They hungry bunch. They eat us. So yes, we leave. We hear of land of lot of food, and I see it is true. Look upon this feast. Nothing you could find under the Marian Mountains. Yes, and this food is so good. But yes, I know how to fight. Little.
Almost serendipitously, as you're saying this, another platter is brought out with a great number of slightly singed rats on it that appear to have been slightly cooked whole, and they lay this platter in front of you as you're speaking.
Oh yeah, I grab them by whatever tail they got, and I just go just straight down, this is just the best. All this food, It's wonderful, and people are serving me. They are serving me. It's just a wonderful feeling inside. But I'm enjoying every moment of it, even if I do have to speak with this fae. I'm enjoying myself. I'm drinking what they are giving me, and I'm kind of becoming maybe a little bit. More loose-lipped, I suppose, than I normally would be.
I did just want to ask, are either of you drinking alcohol? There's a number of beverages available, as well as a number of fine wines and much stronger alcoholic beverages.
No,
but there's also unalcoholic or non-alcoholic options as well. There's a great number of kind of jugs and pitchers on the table, many of them kind of half full that seem to have been sitting there for a little while since the first meal that apparently took place at this table.
I'll be drinking whatever resembles pure Leviathan, not wanting to addle my mind or my body with a harsh, mind-altering substance of alcohol.
And you'll notice as you begin to like after you've poured yourself the first glass of water, there are a fresh pitcher of a very cold, extremely clean tasting and extremely clean smelling water that is brought to the table and set basically in front of you, almost as if they're for you.
Yes.
It seems we all live comfortably here. I take no joy in this, but
So I look at you like you're fucking crazy, man. like what are you? They take no joy in it.
there is no pleasure to be found in food.
As you say.
So as you guys continue to eat, the time wanes by, the candle burns down on the table, and eventually, after really long after, it's apparent that you've both had your fill, and are sort of sitting there. The two guards who've been posted by the door approach you, and without it really saying anything, usher you up, and take you each to they take you through the halls of this large house, sort of over to a side of it that has much lower ceilings, much more narrow hallways, and even when the house was built, appear to have been built less ostentatiously, much more sort of utilitarian, just in their original design. And as they take you through one of these hallways, you see that there are a number of doors on either side that dot this hallway, and each of these guards leads one of you to one of these rooms, or leads each of you to your own room, I mean to say. As you enter, you'll notice a relatively small, maybe the size of a medium-sized bedroom. There are stone shelves carved into the wall on one side. Both rooms are essentially identical. There's a simple bed in each of the rooms, which it has the feel of servants' quarters. It's certainly nothing extravagant, but it is a room. There's a bed. There are no windows. Like I said, this small sort of shelving unit carved into one of the walls, and a small mat that sits in front of sort of I suppose you could call it like not a nightstand, but essentially a small stone square squat table that's next to the bed with a woven mat that lies in front of it. So what I'm actually going to do is you could tell by the light that's been sort of around you in the courtyard, at least. You've noticed since your time in Jalf that certainly when you're in any part of the proper city, which Ext has experienced, that time of day is largely shown by the not the intensity of the light that comes from these amethyst crystals, but by their color. Early in the morning, it's a pink hue. Towards midday, it's more of a blue, and then during what you assume to be and what seem to be used as the night hours, it's more of a deep kind of violet purple that emanates from these crystals. And you would have noticed that it's you're well into the purple hours at this time, so you would have been awake long enough that you would be ready for rest, whatever that means for each of you. So actually, I'm going to let you guys sort of prepare yourselves and hit the sack. And at this point, I'm going to ask for a brief soliloquy from each of you. So whoever wants to jump in first can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I lay not on the bed. Not unless the bed. I look for the warmest spot in the room. I feel rather uncomfortable that there is no one here with me, no body to lay up against to keep me warm. So I just kind of crawl in a kind of fetal position and kind of just like sleep wherever it's warmest. And yes, this place, this Jalf, the stories they tell about it, they must be lies. This place is wonderful. Oh, I can make my way here with my tribe. If my tribe is being treated like I am now, oh, the wonders we could have here. This is so much better. This is so much better than that horrible place I came from, the Damarian, under the Damarian mountains, where we fought for every scrap, every little scrap of meat to be found, even in the deepest, darkest place of my heart, remembering the horrible things I had to do, even eating the dead of my own kind. But I am past that now. I will never do that again. I will never have to do that again. People here to serve me, to serve my needs. I shall want for nothing here. And all I have to do is just sort of be their servant, I suppose. But on the other hand, these horrible, loathsome, dirty Kalfar dare to wear the blood of Tahul upon them and trade it like it is some sort of meager scrap of value. They do not understand. This is the blood of Tahul. They cannot do this. How could they? It is abhorrent. It is an abomination. I will find my time. Once I have gained power, I will track down that fat one. Yes, that fat one with all this silver upon his hands. I will track him down, and I will slice him open, and I will eat his innards while he is alive for daring to wear Tahul's blood upon him, to defile the underworld itself in which he lives. These trespassers, I will make them pay for it, but not yet. I will wait until the time is right, and then, when they least expect it, I will strike, slit their throats, and drink their blood. See how they like it then. Yes. But for now, rest. Sweet rest. And I sort of, go off into sleep.
Awesome, man.
As I'm led to my chambers, as soon as the Kalfar leading me they're out of sight, I close. Is there a door? Are these sort of like open chambers, or is it shared chambers, or Stephen, you're muted.
Thanks, buddy. There is a metallic door that is like leads into the room that you would have come through, which was closed. And what's your perception hearing?
Perception. Perception. So I've only got 1 in perception, but I have a +3 enlightenment. So.
Okay, so you would have been able to hear a small latch or lock click after the door would have been closed behind you. There is no other door. The shelves that are in this room are open and exposed.
Okay, as soon as the door closes, I sort of take a deep exhale out and sort of toss my quilted armor if it's still with. Oh, actually, no, it wouldn't have left me my blade. Sorry, that's horrible.
Yeah, but you would have sort of portions of it. Like you would, like they only really took the jerkin. There'd be still like a decent amount of sort of just the gear that you have on.
And I sort of just instinctively just sort of scratch at my skin, the remaining bits of gold, just scratching it to reveal my white porcelain skin below. This, it's just a constant reminder. This makes a jest of my very being as I sort of scratch it off me, and I sort of, as if I'm losing my mind, almost just sort of pacing angrily around this room and just banging the walls with my fist before sort of slumping down and sort of retreat into my thoughts. This place, I am lost. I am forever lost. An outcast in my people. I'll play the role of villain amongst people my kind said I was like. The sun, I have not seen it. Where will my mind go? I've heard tales amongst my people. Without the sight of the sun, I will go crazy in this place. I will lose my mind. Elsam, curse her. She will come for me. My body, that is something that I can protect. I've worked my whole life harnessing my body. I have no fear of dying to any opponent that I'll face. No, it's my mind. These stones, these oppressive stones, they surround me everywhere. It's a wonder I can even breathe in this suffocating place. Where is the light? I have no golden glow on the blessed people of my kind, no. But still, the sun, I need it. I am a walking, living jest. I am a jest. And that's it.
All right, beautiful, guys. With that, I think I'm just going to ask you guys for like a quick 5-minute break so I can kind of collect my thoughts and whatnot. If you guys are down to take a quick interlude. I just wanted to ask before we go any further, does anybody have any time constraints? I think we're about 2 hours in at this point. Does anybody have to wrap up at a certain point?
No, it's
No.
it's 1:20.
I could
It's
go on.
1:20 a.m. here, but I'm feeling quite sprightly.
Okay, cool. Because I was thinking originally I thought about 4 hours, so I think we're about on pace for that. So if that works, we'll go another 2 hours or so. But if anybody
So
gets
we're at the halfway mark, Stephen.
yeah, that's about where we're at.
All right, cool.
All right, cool. So I'll be back very shortly, guys. I'm just gonna go grab some food and stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, cheers, guys.
Well, so the rest of you don't get bored sitting around waiting. I will talk to you about some of my impressions of Within the Ring of Fire now that I've been able to play it more. Couple things that I can kind of say more about the system. Having played it quite a bit now, I can say that I am surprised at how fast and fluid it is. It's quite incredible that the dice system is so quick. It's just right off the bat. It's so easy to learn for beginners. I've been playing for a while, and I've already got the system down. I know with a lot of other systems you have to do searching through rule books. There's not really any of that in here. As long as you have some of your abilities, some of them written down, it just goes like that. But very excited. At the end of this month, Ander has announced that we will have the next book out for the series, which will be the Magic book, also known as, oh good lord, for some reason I'm forgetting the name. I'm really embarrassed. Yeah, it's been taking so long that I've forgotten the name. I'm joking, Ander. It's great. But I have looked through it. I have done proofreading for it, and I can tell you that you should be really pumped about it. It's a fantastic book so far from what I've seen. The illustrations I've seen, if you haven't seen them yet, you could probably search them on Raw Immersive. They're buried in there somewhere, but I saw already A Spirit of Phoenix, and the illustration was really quite good. But definitely check that out when it comes out on PDF, which will be later this month. Physical copy will be coming in, it sounds like end of February. I know for me, I'm already on the $80 deal, so or at least it was the $80 deal back when I got it. So I'll be getting it on PDF, but I also plan on getting it as a physical copy when I can afford it, of course. But what else can I say? The Chthon. Yes. So once I kind of get done, the next video I'm planning on doing is going to be on the Chthon. Now that I got a chance to play them. So probably I think after I play maybe 2 sessions of this character, I'll give you my impressions, because I have many impressions that are even beyond what's in Monsters and Men of the Chthon that I can kind of give you some insight into. I also wanted to say this is a big thank you to Steven, and thank you, Adrian, for playing in this game. It's been a lot of fun so far. Very much enjoyed it.
Looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to being able to watch it when other players take the roles as the catalyst as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what Steven has planned in terms of times that we would play the next time, but I know that next weekend at this time on Sunday we'll also, if we were able to do it next week, Sunday again, like this time, if that works.
This time, yeah, I can make this time again. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm able to. I just found out this morning I'd be able to do it. So if we can rope Steven into it, we can have a second session, because I wanted to at least have my character in 2 sessions in a row, and after that I can pop out again. But this is a very cool thing that Steven's got planned. He says that if you have a character idea and you are able to play at a various time, definitely talk to Steven on Raw Immersive about it. He'll try to fit you in with into this sort of expanding game that he has planned. This is going to be a kind of Game of Thrones style game where there's maybe several different players popping in, popping out, possibly different groups coming in and out. So if you have a character idea and you want to play within the Ring of Fire, get in contact with Steven. And he'll see if he can work you in somewhere, because he wants to get as many characters and players into this as possible. Make this a sort of community-based game. So definitely get in contact with him if you're interested.
I certainly do. Well said. So yeah, no, that's exactly the image I have in my head for this game. So. And as I said,
I've been keeping the fine folks at home entertained during the intermission, given the dialogue, keeping them.
I look forward to seeing what I missed out on when I was gone.
So yes.
Did you tell a joke?
Yeah, I just got back too, bud.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, we can start again.
All right. So yes, we will jump back in. The next morning comes. You are brought back into this same dining room. You can see that there's this sort of glowing pink light that you've been accustomed to coming from the crystals in the morning. They are dotted throughout the house, along with candles and torches. The table is a much more intense scene this morning. These same platters of food don't seem to go as far with the larger numbers that fill this table today. There are 3 Vigish who sit toying with flames of a candelabra at one end of the table. There are also 2 Kalfar and a human sitting at the table. A number of other Kalfar are positioned at the other end, much calmer in their demeanor as they prepare. You would notice them as the long-haired Kalfar who sits at the end of the table, the very well-muscled one who sits to his right, and a group of other apparently employees of the stable, as you would have come to know this house. As you sit, you can notice that there is certain, not competition directly for food, but certainly when a new platter is put down, if it's something that interests you, it is probably to your best interest to begin taking from it immediately, as they don't last very long with the group around you all voraciously eating. You notice that most of these are, all of them really, at your end of the table, are quite fine physical specimens of their people.
Well, mixed emotions go through my mind. On one hand, I just want to grab all the food for myself. But on the other hand, I worry that the Kalfar will hit me again. So I in moderation, I grab food, making sure that they get the first bites, showing my submissiveness in that way.
You notice that rats go very quickly, and that they're quite favored. So a platter of rats wouldn't last very long. And you would also notice the Kalfar who are at your end of the table are less you'd probably be able to determine at this point that they are also slaves. That these are not the free Kalfar that sit on the other side and sort of discuss. And you can notice at this point that they're almost studying you.
I certainly don't make conversation with their foul kind, if possible. So, I sit quietly and eat my food, and recognizing that they are slaves, a little bit slightly confuses me, but these are Kalfar. Who knows their strange ways. But they are known for enslaving anyone they feel necessary. So yeah, I have a little bit more of a competitive edge around them, as I feel a little bit more confident, kind of bruising my way in to the food. If a platter comes, I quickly just grab it, and just the whole thing, and just bring it over to myself and just eat, and just stare at them like, oh yeah, I got this. I'll fuck with you.
And you
ever so slightly at the seaweed and any other sort of vegetation matter, and
there's a good deal of it. It's all kind of underworld vegetation, but you find yourself quite well represented in food department.
Having lived a life where I've actually never gone hungry, this sort of rabid approach to the food table of this Chthon, I am very curious as to his hunger. He is large, but he also devoured more food than I'd seen 5 Freyans eat in one meal, just not very long ago, and he is he is rapidly attacking the food again. And you feast on this food like a sailor come home to a port or to tavern with alcohol. You always so hungry.
Back in
Do you
you
do you
understand?
eat for another day? Do you eat for another day? Like we will always eat at this table. They have told us our food. We have nothing to worry about. You do not need to eat as if you're not going to eat tomorrow. You understand me?
I sort of like look at you like
You
that doesn't sound right to me. Like this could get
you're
taken.
not taking this place serious, you fool. Do not gorge yourself. It makes your body slow and your mind less sharp. You must hone yourself into an instrument of perfection. Otherwise, you will die in this forsaken place. Sort of.
You'll notice too that when the Freyne speaks, there is not an obvious, but certainly a noticeable draw of attention from the rest of the table. Nobody's really eyeballing you, but there's you certainly stand out to them, and they're certainly trying to get a sense of what you're all about. If any of them have seen a Freyan, they've likely never seen one that looks like you. So there's you certainly stand out and are more unusual than the Chthon, which they've seen a number pass through this table over the cycles.
I realized that it was meant to be advice, sort of giving it to this Chthon, giving him some advice, but I actually got caught up in my own anger of being in this underground place, being forced to do something against my will, and I let that anger overtake me, and I'm sort of quite disappointed in myself. My racing mind. Start practicing some breathing rituals, trying to just calm myself, achieve some sort of inner peace.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, neither of you understand Gish, eh? No.
Gish.
I know 2 languages, Dazir and Jantan.
I think you already know the languages I know, and I don't know any Gish.
Cool. So you would hear though the crackling of it from the end of the table. It seems that the Vygish have taken to talking about you. Quite like not at all trying to conceal it. It seems like you've come up as a topic of conversation. They're sort of just gesturing to you. The 3 of them are hard for you to tell apart. They're very similar. They seem to be of the same status.
There are Vygish here?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, there's 3 at the end of the table.
Oh yeah, I send dirty looks their way, certainly. Horrible chain makers and foul servants of the usurper Havapathis, certainly. Another foul species to deal with. This place is festering with foul creatures.
You can see the 3 of them are actually paying very little attention as they seem to be talking, almost not arguing, but discussing the Dagataka sitting at the table, and they the 3 of them have a 3-candled candelabra in front of them that they seem to be toying with, and almost smoking from occasionally, leaning in and breathing the flame in through their slitted noses as they converse in this crackling language.
I do. After you have said your piece, I think about it. I kind of go silent for a while and think about it. But I finally come back and say, I thank you, Frayne. Your advice is good. It's been so long since I've had this much food. I suppose I shouldn't let it get to me. But what is your what do you go by, Frayin?
I am Kaldir, chieftain
Cal
known as Etz.
Caldir, 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 and I'm like Caldir or
Kaldir. Kaldir.
Caldir,
Kaldir.
dear. Ah, yes. Oh, okay. Yes, Caldir. Excellent. Thank you, Caldir.
And I will then make the effort to learn both parts of your name.
Etzt
Etz
Uthul.
Ulthul. Etzulthul.
Uthul.
Etzulthul. Etzulthul.
Etzt Uthul. The first part is Thuban. The second part is Tehulian.
Both are tongues which I do not speak, so forgive me if I make mistakes. Etzulthul.
Etzt
Correct?
Uthul.
Etzulthul. I am saying your name.
Yes, close enough.
Am I not?
Yes.
Okay.
It means first walker. Yes? You understand. Etzt Uthul. Yes.
As this conversation carries on, you would feel a presence over you as to one side of the table the large muscular Kalfar is approached, and from the other side the very long-haired Kalfar, and they usher you out as the meal concludes towards the courtyard. And as you reach the courtyard, it seems that the other members of your side of the table have know what to do, and they begin to ready themselves. There's an armor rack to the side, and a number of weapons scattered about. Actually, quite a large variety. Upon closer inspection, you realize that they either have dull stone blades or blades made of steel that have been dulled as well. There are a few wooden implements amongst them, but not very many. And they appear to have been all of these weapons and armor appear to be well worn from use. The long-haired Kalfar, Flay, takes a seat on what is essentially a porch on the front of that runs the length of the long front of this house. It's elevated a little bit, and he takes a seat at the table. A servant brings him something to drink as he seats himself there, and the very muscular Kalfar enters the middle of the courtyard and shouts, "Newcomers!" He awaits you in the center of the courtyard.
Well, I'll move.
Will either of you? Will either of you equip yourselves? He seems to give you time to do so if you would like. As I said, there's quite a good variety of weapons. You would actually notice your gear has been set on one of these racks, Adrian, as well as a number of other options.
Yeah, I look really confused. Caldir, what do I do?
I reach for my two kopeshes, and I'm holding them out. I said, "Grab your weapons. I think a day of training is about to begin." And I sort of turn my back to you and walk towards this center of this courtyard.
Does the tribe approve? Can I grab one? Are you sure? Have your elders agreed? It's ours.
Not wanting to be disciplined, I'm ignoring these calls, and my back just moves further away from you as I walk towards the center of this courtyard.
Okay, I really don't want to get hit again, but he seems to know what he's doing. He seems to know how to not get hit by the masters. So I grab one of the rope sort of slings that is in on one of the racks with a little leather pouch to hold the stone, and I kind of look around for like bullets or smooth stones to use, and I grab some of the ones that they have ready to go, and I holding the sling in one hand and a couple of these in my other.
The Kalfar in the center of the courtyard is joined by two of the three Vaigish, who are now decked out in some black jerkin. Each of them has quite a long, taller than they are, quarterstaff, which are among the few wood weapons that were set out. Both of you have approached the center at this point. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I'm rather
Yeah.
reluctant. I'm not liking the way where this is going.
As you approach, the mustached, very muscular Kalfar begins to speak, probably at length for the first time. Seems to be a man of few words. In the arena, you are ours. You are like a mount or a tool. You must not break. You must win. For we, he looks over at the long-haired Kalfar, who's a good distance away at this point, probably too far to hear, but who appears to be studying this process quite closely. We like showmen. And he sort of smiles. And the Vaigish begin to spin their quarterstaffs in sort of a taunting manner and sort of separate. And as they begin to square off, sort of one against each of you, they take not a particularly aggressive stance, but they certainly begin to toss some very simple, relatively easy to block, almost like checks with the quarterstaff. The one closer to you, X, you would notice that he is not coming at you as quickly, more waiting for you and spinning the quarterstaff in sort of a taunting manner, as the very large muscular Kalfar crosses his arms. And with that, I think we're gonna roll reaction. Actually, guys, like I said, they're not super aggressive at this point, but just to get the order of how you guys want to move, I'll ask you guys to roll reaction at this point.
Okay.
Okay. I have. Let's see, reaction is fun. Okay, I have.
Oh, I got the same roll as you.
Oh, nice.
18.
Yeah, I have a 15.
All right, is that's totals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So actually, the Kalfar, or the Vaigish that's closer to I'm sorry, can I get your name one more time, Adrian? I wrote it down on another page. I keep losing it.
Caldir.
Caldir. And you said it like 70 times in the last scene. I was like, okay, I got it now. Like, okay, sorry.
And the arena name, I guess, that I'll be using is Enna Freya-Dottir.
Enna Freya-Dottir. Thank you, sir. I apologize. Yes, the one closest to you is going to act first. And as I said, he does not swing to hit you, but he does pull off a rather impressive flourish as he's eyeballing you. He's circling around you quite widely, and it seems as if he's sort of waiting for you to make the first move and come towards him. Yes, I'm sorry. So yes, that will be his move. So then it is actually to you, Adrian.
So I missed that description. Who is faced off against me? Is it the Hulk Hogan dude?
No, he's sort of observing from in front of you. The two Vygish have squared off against each of you with their quarterstaffs, and the other Flay, the much longer-haired Kalpar, is sitting at the sort of the front of the house on sort of a porch observing.
Okay. I will. Okay. I will. Noticing that this is realizing that this is a spar off or something, a training drill. I will attempt to trip this Vygish that is squared off against me. And I'm not exactly sure how tripping works.
I was going to ask, is that opposed by...
I'd imagine being opposed by like a vague tumble or something.
Here's the question. Do you have any special abilities in Trip?
You do, eh? I believe he does.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I thought you got one for... I thought there was something. Was it... do you have
Kopesh Master? That's disarming, I'm fairly sure.
In that case, my bad. Then, you're just going to roll a normal attack with your weapon, and they're going to roll an opposed acrobatics.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
So,
perfect.
Okay. Well, I get to make 2 attacks because of my ambidextrous.
Yeah, but I think you're probably only going to get 1 just because you don't have an ability in Trip. So it takes your whole action, unless you had something.
Okay, so 6, and what, just my attack?
Yeah, your normal attack.
That's an 18.
You hit, or you are successful in what you attempt, so you can go ahead and describe that.
Okay, so I move forward and I'd sort of lunge, but it's actually a fake. And as his quarterstaff sort of moves to block it in for his face, I sort of duck and then like slide by him, and with the blunt face of my Kopesh and the curve in the blade, I use that to hook sort of where his Achilles is, and sort of just with one swift motion just knock his legs into the air, and he lands on his back, and sort of end my slide sort of turning still on my feet but crouched down with both with one blade facing him and the other sort of held high. Did that make sense?
Absolutely, and you notice a slight smile across the face. Probably the first time you've seen him smile. The large, powerfully built Kalfar seems to be pleased by this. You might have gotten the sense, still a little unsure as you haven't had much time to appraise these Vygish, but that he either resisted you less than he could have, or at least once he realized he was going down, sold it and fell in very dramatic fashion, as you described. So, I'm sorry, what was your reaction roll, Andrew?
15.
So you will go next, good sir. So as I said, the Vygish is not really closing in on you, more circling and keeping a distance of maybe 20 feet as he sort of goes through a series of flourishes with the quarterstaff.
I'm really confused by this whole experience. I have no idea what's going on. No one's bothered to explain to me what's going on. Are we killing each other? Are we practicing? I don't understand this. So, I'm just going into full survival mode. I'm like, you got this, right? Yes, you got this. So I'm backing up, kind of behind him a bit. But being a dirty fighter chiffon that I am, I'm going to go for the one that's on the ground. Again, I'm not understanding. It's not my own guy I'm going after, but no, I'm going to take advantage of the one who's on the ground. So I put the stone pouched bullet into my sling. I'm whipping it around to the side, and I just let loose at trying to aim for the one who has fallen to the ground, hoping to get an advantage from doing so.
Which you certainly will, given that he's down. So you will get a strong advantage given the close range and his prone position, and the fact that he's frankly not paying any attention to you.
Yes! Oh, double eight! Good shot.
Go crazy,
Don't
bud.
kill him.
It's all you.
All right. So I get. So that's going to be a total of 16, 20, 26 is going to be my total.
Good Lord.
I
Is
mean,
there
I boost on a 5. So.
You only re-rolled one of the 8s. You got double 8, and you've only re-rolled one of them.
Don't I?
Uh-oh.
Well, it doesn't. Nothing.
No, you don't.
That was Hobopothus. Like, no, this is getting out of hand.
That's 26. So, what did he get for defense?
He well, with his because you took the bonus. Yeah, it's it's certainly a hit. But you need to know for the boost, eh? Yeah. So it is 17.
Okay, so 5. I think I only boost. I boost once. Not quite.
Okay, yeah.
Almost twice. Almost twice. Not quite. So he will take a total of 8 damage. I don't know. You can tell me how badly wounded he is, so I can describe it, or if he's dead, whatever may happen.
Yeah, you have dealt him quite a serious wound. I'll put it that way, and I'll let you go from there.
Okay, so he's like in the quick or something.
Yeah, pretty close. If he's not quite there, he's right on the edge.
Okay, so I whip my polished stone around, and phew, it just flies whistling through the air, breaking the sound barrier, having that whistling sound going through the air, and bam! Right into the side of his head. Actually, so it hits the side of his head so hard that his eye on one side actually pops out of its socket slightly, and he's clutching in pain as his eye is like dangling out of his socket as it's been punched out by this bullet, and blood just pours out of his mouth as he just hits. He was trying to get up, and now he just hits the ground hard, clutching, screaming in agony at this wound that's hit his head, and certainly dazed. I just continue kind of backing up, and just it's funny the way I kind of walk around. I kind of wobble, so I'm just like, stay away. And for a moment, I'm kind of like, oh shit, is that too much? Like, I'm gonna get my ass beaten now.
I certainly think it is too much, and I immediately drop my weapons and Etsultul, no, Etsultul, no, and I sort of look around like trying to get the reactions of especially the real muscly guy as I definitely think that this was not the purpose of this task. I thought it was a practice, and we weren't sort of meant to draw blood. And I was sort of like, no, and I sort of dropped my my co-patches to the ground, sort of looking around.
You certainly see a clamor of reaction from around you. To start with the well-muscled Kalfar, he has a look of almost shock. His folded arms have fallen by his sides. His eyebrows are shot up, and he's watching what's happening with wide eyes. His attention has drawn over to the balcony, or the porch, so to speak, of this enormous house, where you can see the relatively small figure of the long-haired Kalfar Flay, who is standing, who has an almost guilty smile creeping across his face, almost like a shocked almost in spite of himself, smiling at this display, which seems to give the well-muscled Kalfar a bit of a rise. But he's looking at this just rather shocked. You hear the Kalfar on the ground is cursing in Gish as he rolls around with a few choice Jantan words thrown in, as they have by far the most effective curse words. But his natural tendencies are taking over, and his.
You said Kalfar, you meant Vigish, though, didn't you?
Vigish, yeah. I feel like I've bought that
cool.
once or twice. Sorry, man.
That's all right. That's all right. Sorry. I started bringing it up. I think it was quite
no,
obvious.
Thank you. No, man. If I do that, if it's unclear, please. So yes, you can see him rolling around on the ground. It is actually his action, but given the rather serious wound that he's just taken, it's all he can do to not even really get to his feet on this turn. He certainly seems quite shocked by what's just occurred as well, and you can see some anger swelling in him, but it's sort of overridden by the pain of his situation. But you do notice the Kalfar or the Vigish, who had been sort of stalking Ext, is beginning to approach. I mean, obviously enraged. He's got his he's holding his. I'm sorry.
No, I just shudder in fear and back off.
Yeah, he's certainly approaching, but you can see two of the what you've come to basically recognize as the house guards are approaching to intercept as he shouts over them. He actually sort of cross-checks one, so to speak, with the quarterstaff, which he seems to be wielding in a much more effective fashion at this point. All the drama has been taken out. You can also notice that two more Kalfar, one of the house guard, and I'm sorry, it's a Kalfar and a Vigish. This Vigish is not one of the three that you saw earlier, and is noticeably different. I kind of described the other three as being remarkably similar and very hard to distinguish one from the other. This one's taller and much more gaunt. And while he is only walking, he covers ground extremely quickly as he closes in and kneels over the Vigish on the ground. Just to close out, so yeah, you guys are like basically. I'll just give Adrian a turn and Andrew a turn to just in case there's anything you want to do, and then I'll jump into the next thing if you guys want to go
ahead. I move over towards the muscular Kalfar guy who I still haven't got his name. That's why I'm sort of moving towards him, and I'll say what I'm gonna say till I'll let sort of Andrew say what he's doing as well.
Okay, I'm kind of like apparently I fucked up. Like I fucked up majorly and royally, and didn't even like. I just don't. I simply do not understand what they want of me. Like seriously, they didn't want me to do that. Okay, but I'm like, no, don't hit me. And I just like turn around and I'm taking my full action to run the fuck away. So I'm just telling them, like stumpy legs going, just like it was the one like he's coming at me like he's just his eyes are burning with the flames of Morgul as he's gonna like cut me to shreds. Just beat me to the ground and beat me senseless with that stick. But I'm running away. I drop my sling and just run. So my badass moment totally ruined by the fact that I'm running away.
The well-muscled Kalfar in front of you has the same incredulous look as he typically is. He seems to be at a bit of a loss for words at the moment. But the much longer-haired Kalfar Flay has approached, and sorry, go ahead.
I'll say he needs instruction. He does not understand. We are not to kill each other. Our death will meet us in this arena.
The long-haired Kalfar is almost laughing at this point, spurred on by the running of the conquering Chthon.
I bump back and forth, trying to find somewhere to hide.
You find it. There are rocks and sort of stalactites and whatnot cropping about, so you can find a little spot to nestle yourself in this rather large courtyard.
All right.
As
action to look like a rock.
As you say this, the long-haired Kalfar smiles. Perhaps he needs instruction, he says, pointing to the Vigish on the ground, who he's quite amused by, and he starts to kind of chirp at him. Tell me more of the valor of your house. How you're defeated by Chthon. He looks around, trying to find you. He's relatively amused. I mean, he's clearly a little bit annoyed at the situation, but he's quite impressed. He looks over at the large, well-muscled Kalfar. Chthon don't fight. They won't fight, you said. Where is he?
You can hear like muttering and Thuban like fucking Jalf, the groom toe.
The long-haired Kalfar Flay looks over at the Freyne, the Dagataka, and says, "You are correct, of course. He needs instruction." He says this rather harshly, glancing over at the well-muscled Kalfar, and says, "Well, I suppose it is not the worst problem to have." And he's smiling again, quite impressed. "I should tell Shira. She will be most pleased." And he glances almost disrespectfully at the two Vigish, who he feels like have let him down, have sort of gotten what they deserved, being a little too arrogant, as he'd rather them learn this lesson here in the presence of some good barbers than in the arena, costing him a great deal of coin for a quality dead fighting slave. So as he watches this display, he stares at you. Yeah, did you have something, Adrian? Or sorry, I thought you were trying to jump in.
No, that's cool. I nod my head. Yes, master.
Indeed.
I poke my head up and see that no one's actually pursuing me. I'm kind of happy about this, so I guess I sort of waddle my way back, and I say, sorry, master. I did not understand. I thought, you kill each other. I apologize. Great one. And I sort of like, I don't know, do that whole kneeling thing that Kaldir had done before.
As you do this, the long-haired Kalfar walks over and he's smiling. He's actually clapping his hands a little bit as he walks up, and he puts his hand on your shoulder as you're kneeling, but he doesn't speak to you. He speaks to the well-muscled Kalfar, and he says, What do winners do, Jalfo? And reluctantly, the strong Kalfar replies, "Winners eat." And he smiles down at you. "Winners eat." And you make your way back into the house. It's been apparently a relatively short training session today. But
I sort of like hold back. I kind of wish to say, but he has already eaten. Well, I sort of like don't want to argue with my master, so I'm just like hold that in. I'm just like, I hope I do not have to watch this fat, gorging guy eat again for the third time in so little time.
Yeah, as I walk past the Vigish, I'm just like, I am smiling ear to ear at them. I am just like, yeah, you got fucking served by one Chthon, not even a tribe of Chthon. You got served by one. You remember, like, I'm just smiling at them.
And as you retire back into this large dining room, you can see that while it seems like there's always being food cooked in this enormous house and servants sort of buzzing about, There's not a proper meal set out. There's refreshment, so to speak. There's a great deal of water. There's candles on the table. There's other beverages and sort of more like delicacies that have been laid out. That might be a little complimentary to call them delicacies, but more like appetizers, so to speak. Just an array of food, the type of thing that always seems to be nearby Flay as he sits and observes.
Possible, I'd like to approach Flay or before we move into the dining room, just a moment. Just a moment, Master.
Yes, Kaldir, he says. It's the first time he said your name as he looks at you. Kind of this smile still not washed from his face.
My body, my craft with the Corpation spear, it is one I've worked on my whole life. You need not doubt my skill. But here, in this place, my mind, my inner peace, it is... At odds, I need time to collect my thoughts, otherwise I will go crazy in this place. Please allow me. And sort of like gesturing at the what'd you say, a blue? Is it that blue that the Amelie's crystal make during the day?
Yeah.
While Arumaster shines on the surface world, I need time to achieve my inner peace, my tranquility. Just sort of bow my head at him.
Sort of studies you. You are quick, Kaldir. You have caught our ways faster even than those of Igish. They play the role for me, but they are not Star. You, child of Elsam, you are Star. If you wish to collect your mind, you may do so. But you will have another task here. You must also organize the mind of your conquering hero, he says, and he kind of smiles into the dining room. You'll notice in the dining room that while there's not a whole lot that's been set out, they're bringing food and drink almost deliberately to X, and presenting him. Yeah,
that definitely makes me raise my head as I am to fight with him in the arena.
He looks around at the house, staring at it. You are of my stable. There is much wonder in the arena, but there are also many harsh realities. Do you know of the great pack beasts, the great lizards? Do you know of these creatures?
What, Optilang?
Yes, the Optilang. Have you ever seen them? Not the ones owned by men.
Oh.
The wild, the herds.
No, I have not seen them.
They travel as one. They battle amongst themselves. But even in the minds of these simple creatures, there is the knowledge that they must all survive. But they are the herd. They are of the same stable. And he looks in, and it seems as though his eyes are drawn to the Vaigish. All of us are of the same stable. Do you understand?
I understand, Master.
Go. Build your mind. sleep or whatever it is you need. It looks like you're kind of confused by your ways.
Mm. Okay, and I'll just to speed it up. I'll quickly move to my room and try to just slow breathing in and out and try and enter the daydream. Assuming I lost a point of atraxia this morning,
Yes.
so I am at 2, and I will attempt to make a meditation roll. 4 and 6 is 10 plus 1. I got 15 exactly.
All right, sir.
So it's back up to 3 again, I guess.
There you go. Beautiful.
Okay. So my mind was on edge. He referred to me as child of El Sam, the gravest of insults. But I'm in such a place, so I'm not going to correct him or even attempt to do so would offend him. My mind is sort of racing, and I sort of breathe in and out. And calmly, I just breathe in, listen to the sounds of the city, and just calmly ease my mind. That's it.
Awesome. Awesome. So yes, I'm actually going to jump ahead a little bit as well. You
Just one quick thing.
go ahead.
I come waddling. I do eat some food, but I come waddling out to speak to the long-haired one. I believe was the one who was this. I believe his name was Filet.
That is correct.
Yes, I say, Master Filet. I have a small request. You say that this when I fight I get food. Yes.
Yes. When is eat?
Yes. Well, I know it is different amongst your people, but for us Chthon, what is mine is not mine. It is the tribe. Yes. Yes, it is the tribes. Would it be possible for you to, if you would be so gracious as to give this food to the tribe? Yes. They must eat well to be good slaves. Yes.
Sort of a puzzled look comes over his face. He seems almost he seems generally amused by your antics, and at this particular moment he seems to want to say something, but he doesn't. And what he does instead is sort of nod at you and add, your people will be well taken care of. They are in good hands, more fortunate than most. And as he's speaking, you can hear a great horn from the courtyard sort of bellow, sort of a whoa. And as it does, his smile broadens, and the house guard begins to usher you outside. I would say that a decent amount of time has passed as well, and after a few hours, you can hear a knock at the door as this happens, bringing Kaldir into the courtyard as well.
Have I had makeup put on or not?
You have not. As you enter the courtyard, you can notice that from the tunnel across to the other side, that a relatively small group of travelers seem to be coming to call at the stable. As they approach close enough that the light being cast from the house makes them visible, you notice leading the group is four figures. One of them walking quite tall and calmly and confidently, and three of them struggling, smashing against chains that end in collars around their necks. Two of them are roughly the size of the first figure that's walking more freely, but one of them is much larger, much taller, much more powerfully built. And as they come close enough, you can begin to hear the snarling and laughing and celebration of these three chained figures as three Mihungi eyeballing the party in front of them, particularly the Freyin, as they pull desperately against chains with broad laughing smiles on their faces as they inspect the new fare. The other figure that's walking with them is a Kalfar, a female of really incredible beauty. She is adorned in armor that appears to be more for show than for practicality, and she has a great number of very well-made and ostentatious daggers that adorn many parts of her body that she wears as almost as jewelry. As she walks with these three laughing, snickering Mihungi that are being held behind by two relatively large, powerfully built Farum, who two of the chains of the smaller Mihungi lead to one of these Farum, and the much larger, more powerfully built one has a Farum of his own that holds the chain that he struggles against as they approach. She smiles as Flay gestures towards the group of you, all of you, the two of you, the Kalfar slaves, the Vaigish, as well as this dark-skinned human with very dark brown skin, curly hair, who you saw at the table earlier. And you are also joined at this point, you may notice, by an extremely powerfully built Aaron, who sits on the facade of the house, actually at about the second story, a good distance away from you. But he sits perched, occasionally moving his head from side to side or glancing about, but almost statuesque as he sits perched on the front of the house as this party approaches. And the female Kalfar approaches and says, "It appears you've got new acquisitions," she says. She's smiling, and all eyes are on the Freyin at this point.
Sorry, was she addressing me? I assume she was addressing my master.
Yeah, I mean, she was. I guess I was just wondering if you guys had any thoughts about the approaching band, but yeah, I'll just throw it to you guys very quickly before I carry on.
My first thoughts is this competition? Am I to fight Mihungi, the ancient foe, in the arena?
Flay answers her.
Just sort of, yeah, those sort of thoughts. Just trying to size them up.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to check in. You could see that Flay answers her with again this kind of characteristic, kind of cocky smile, and says, "Indeed, she may fetch a fair price, but," and he looks at the snarling Mihungi, we should wait. There's a larger story to be told here," and he looks down at them. The female Kalfar actually approaches Flay much more closely, and the two of them turn and begin to retire inside the house. The two Farum drag these snarling Mihangi over to a corner of the courtyard, and seem to begin to tie them to a post that appears to be there for this explicit purpose. And the Freyne, or I'm sorry, the two Kalfar retire into the home. So at this point, we are basically going to jump to the next morning. If there's anything in particular you guys would like to do, it would have been made clear to you at this point by the well-muscled Kalfar, whose name is Jalfo, as that would be known to you at this point, has made it clear to you that tomorrow there will be battles to be fought, and then work to be done. So you get to see impression. This will be your last night of solitude before the arena.
Yeah, I'm kind of look curiously at the Arwen. A little confused why it's here, but not entirely surprised. But one of the most polite things to do for an Arwen is to not speak to it, so I do not do so. And I just kind of give it a glance, and I retire early, as I do like my sleep. Enjoy it very much. Without a word to anyone.
Very good. All right.
Being a sort of social outcast myself, have no desire to try and make friends or talk to anyone. I just simply notice this Aaron strange, like the Chthons and just this whole city, this whole place. It is strange to me, but do not let that change who I am. I am a survivor. I will survive in this place.
Outstanding. Well, the next morning comes, but we'll actually start away from the stable as midday approaches. The great arena, the Urbrunulfi, is beginning to fill. There are, from the outside, there'd be no angle where you could see the entire girth of this structure. It's enormous, and it's led to by a number of tunnels, a huge number of tunnels that spiral around it. But as patrons begin to file into the arena proper, you can see that the floor of it is basically just covered with dirt at this point. There are a large number of trapdoors and different just objects and implements that are set into it. It's quite large and has two elevated platforms. It's in the shape of an oval, with the north-south line being longer than the east-west. And at the east and west side, in the middle, at either side, there's an elevated flat platform with a large arbalist crossbow that's been mounted, and a number of different ranged weapons and thrown weapons that are set about. You can still see a number of slaves working in the courtyard, or not the courtyard, the battlefield, so to speak, the arena floor, setting things up and working on the various implements that are there. And you can feel the energy beginning to build in this enormous arena as a huge number of Kalfar, most of them dressed in a very over-the-top way, their perfumes intermingling, and the smell of food on offer, and a great number of traders barking and selling their wares on in the tunnels on the way to this great arena, and in the area just outside it, walking up and down the aisles of these great many seats that are Despite the size of the floor of this arena, the seating goes almost straight up around it, and feels extremely close and claustrophobic to anybody on the floor. And even around the top, as it spirals, the top of this enormous dome, it seems that the seats have even been carved into the sort of arching top of it, almost disappearing up above you if you were to stand on the floor. But back at the stable, you prepare yourselves. You notice that the gear that you're given is sharpened and ready for fighting. It has been well oiled, and you spend much of the morning being prepared. Your makeup is not applied yet, but you are certainly prepped for battle. Less in terms of training and more in terms of costume preparation. But you are awoken by a knock at your door as the morning begins. Sort of a pounding, followed by the lock clicking, and the entry of Flay sees you. Hopefully just waking up. I'll leave that to you a little bit, but hopefully in the process of waking up.
Yeah, probably. Just because I went. Luckily, this time around, I went to bed early.
It's true. You did clarify it. Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, oh yeah.
For myself, luckily for me, I did. So I'm and like I see him like enter. I'm like, I sort of like groggily sort of like sit myself up. Not really still able to like get up on my feet, but I'm like, Master Flay, is it time already?
I have something to show you. A new acquisition. And he walks out of the room, and two guards that were with him sort of usher you up quickly, almost pulling you out of bed, and lead you to another room in the house. And as you enter this large room with mirrors set up, and a number of these sort of costuming servants working, you see 5 other Chthon, members of your tribe, some of the more physically fit and imposing ones, who are being seated in chairs and being outfitted in very sort of over-the-top, almost a caricature of what a Chthon would wear. Huge feathers and bright war paint, and the hides of various lizards and insects that they have been being adorned with. And as you walk in, their attention very clearly turns to you, as you would recognize these as amongst the stronger members of your tribe, including your main rival in your tribe.
Lilka. Sort of like, I look at her, but honestly, at this moment, I am so glad to see them. Like, I'm just like, oh, you're all here, excellent. And I go in for the typical tribal greeting, which is like a hug. I do hug them all. It's wonderful to see you. I thought I had lost you. It's great. Isn't this place grand? They give us food, and I'm speaking in Thuban to them, as they don't really. I assume that they don't know Janton.
They certainly respond in kind and are quite happy to see you as well. You can hear sort of a chatter amongst them. They said you are a great warrior. They said that he purchased us because you are so strong.
Yes, indeed. I have grown strong here. They give me food, and we must do well in the arena, and they will continue to give our tribe food. You all must do very, very well. Show them the power of the Lilka tribe. We must do this. But it's so lonely here. There's no other Chthon. The ways of these people are awful. These silver-wearing blasphemers. But it is wonderful to see you all. Yes. Um. Yes. But yeah, I'm just chattering away to them in Thuban while I sort of get myself ready, and I'm like, yes, I am now a great warrior. Yes. Um,
Yeah, you can notice it's sort of the same thing. They have a way of all talking over each other, and but they're certainly all chattering back, quite happy to be in a relatively large group, as the costuming servants seem to sort of usher you down as well and start outfitting you in a similar garb.
mhm.
Um,
Oh, and I'm loving it. I'm like, oh man, this is great. Like, I think this is like, they're giving me like some fine clothing. I'm looking like, they're giving the whole. I'm assuming they're giving the whole tribe this, so we're all looking like pretty baller. I'm just loving this.
Indeed, you are. All right, very cool. So you are led eventually once you're relatively outfitted on a relatively short voyage through a number of tunnels that seem to lead you almost in a very inconspicuous way towards the very heart of the arena. But you the rooms that you are in are more the bowels, so to speak, sort of built underneath it, and you are given your final preparations. Your makeup is applied, and you are ushered into two essentially holding rooms on the level of the very floor of this enormous arena. And as you enter these holding rooms, you're actually in separate rooms at this point. There is one room that holds the rather ostentatiously garbed Freyne, a small room, and a much larger one that has you six Chthon, who have also been outfitted. And through a large gate on one side of this room, each of you can hear the roaring of the crowd. From outside, you would see that the amethyst crystals in this place seem to have been magnified in some way and are used sort of to throw shapes of light at different parts of the floor. And at this point, the full arena, just teeming with nervous energy of thousands and thousands of Kalfar, their attention is turned by the shooting of one of these shapes of blue light to one side of the arena, where a very well-dressed, very large Kalfar stands on top of what looks like an enormous drum. The back of the drum seems to have been sculpted into a number of metallic horns, essentially, that curve up and spiral above him. It's enormous. It goes up farther than you can see, but you can see that many of these horns end in enormous trumpet heads as they kind of curl and twist and cascade above him. And he begins to speak. People of Jalf, you have come to see a spectacle, and a spectacle will be provided. And as the crowd screams, you can see two of the gates, not the ones that block the chambers that you were in, slide open. And a number of very large, very powerful bears wander out into the center of the arena. From another side, you can see another gate open as well, and six Kalfar wander almost aimlessly, clutching weapons into the center of this arena. The bears clearly knowing what they're there for as they approach. And as you watch this spectacle begin to unfold, I will throw it over to each of you for a very brief soliloquy, as you have been told that you will be the second act of the show tonight, so you know that your time in the arena is coming very soon.
Are we next to each other, or we're in separate holding rooms? Is that
Exactly. Yeah, you're in separate
right?
rooms. There's X is with his 5 other tribesmen, and then you are alone.
Oh.
I just, after kind of giving about as stirring of a speech as I can for readying for combat for Chthon, I just contemplate that like this is it. I can't lose. We must win. The tribe depends on us. If we lose here, there's no more food, and without food, our young ones will die. The young ones will die. The children will die. Our elders will die. I cannot. This is it. I will prepare myself. Golgoth, help me.
I stand in this room, both my Kopashas in their scab by my waist and on the belt, holding the war spear with 2 hands, sort of leaning against it. And I just sit there thinking of insults to incite this crowd's hatred towards me. I know that my very sight will offend them, but I sit there thinking of the words I will use. My value is not in my ability to kill my opponents. My value is to set this very place alive with hatred towards me.
You can see outside that the bears have made relatively short work of the 6 kind of desperate Kalthar, and have been victorious without losing any of their number. They seem to leave each other alone as they begin to devour their prey, but they are ushered out quickly by a group of clearly tenders of the arena, so to speak, with long pole arms, as they are ushered back into the hole which they came out of. The gate in front of... Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Let me make sure I got this.
So good, man.
The gate in front of X and his tribesmen begins to rumble open, and you can see a large sort of just polygonal shape of light that's been thrown, almost as if it's been reflected off a crystal, that sort of pools in front of your room. You can notice the last little bit of some work being done in the arena as they set up sort of a mock Chthon village with some tents and some huts, and appear to be adorning the floor to make it look like the underworld with some sort of mock stalactites.
I sort of throw a joke to my Chthon buds. I'm like, that's a lot better village than we ever had.
You get some very nervous glances. Nobody else seems to find much humor in the situation. You always being a bit of an outlier in that regard. They certainly take note of your disposition not fading even in these dire circumstances. You hear the voice from on top of the drum being blasted through these many horns cry out over the arena. And now we see a tale of scheming outsiders, the cowardly Chthon. And as he says this, you can feel at your backs a pushing of many of these almost like the matadors of the ring, who kind of are making keeping things going, pushing at you with these pole arms as you enter the floor of the arena, which is certainly an overwhelming moment. As you step out, you can hear just an unimaginable clatter and screaming, a mix of excited screams and boos as the cowardly Chthon, as he describes you, make their way onto the arena floor.
It is a completely accurate description, as I am staying towards the back of the group, only being prodded ahead by these, the butts of their spears of these men behind me.
As you and there's certainly competition to be at the back of the pack, as several of your other Chthon tribesmen are attempting the same thing. But as they get you out a few feet onto the floor of the arena, you can feel the enormous gate drop behind you, actually breaking off the top of one of these pole arms that was being used to prod you outside. The cowardly Chthon await a visitor from afar. The noble Freyne. And as he says noble, it is certainly dripping with sarcasm. And in fact, one of these tenders that is not a Kalfar, who is in fact an ogre, gets a bit of a running start and basically body checks you, Keldir, out past the now open gate, sending you sprawling out onto the floor of the arena to the great laughter and jeering of the crowd as you lay sprawled, the spectacle for thousands to see.
I sort of spit out my mouth. With hands, push myself resolutely to my feet. I stand and turn and stare at the approaching the crowd, all these Kalfar faces. Do I get a chance to taunt them?
Yeah, you can go ahead, man.
Yeah. So holding out this sort of golden war spear and all my sort of armor is like glinting, and my skin sort of glinting, almost glowing in this light. I sort of hold it and I say, "Behold, before you stands a descendant of Freya, the first queen of the Frey." And I sort of moving toward alongside the crowd and speaking out, I say, "Here you may hide underneath stone, but know that through the cracks, light will shine through. You cowards will have the light of Aramusta upon you."
You can see the crowd being
booze.
whipped into a frenzy, and as you make your way along the edge, you can see that the first row of seats, which is quite low to the arena, you actually happen to make out that right near the front, a number of familiar Kalfar faces, Flay, Jalfo, Shira, and her father, the fat, very gilded Kalfar. Well, I guess gilded is gold, silvered Kalfar, who sits in the front row. You can see just the hint of a broad, proud smile on the face of Flay as he watches this display, and boos in an almost over-the-top, almost showy way, joining in the crowd and trying to whip them up even more. And as you shout, you can feel that your voice is being amplified through this great drum and horn contraption that's at one side. It seems that noise from the floor of the arena is pumped through these great horns, so you can hear that your voice carries over even the clamor of the crowd.
And I speak again. And know this crowd of cowards who dare not shame themselves by facing me, for that would be a sure loss. Know that this one, Anna Freya daughter, know this name. The light that will shine upon all of you, your cowardice.
You hear the voice of the man on the drum carry over. Surely she, like many from the surface, have come to plot the demise of the powerful Calfa. It gets a huge cry and cheer from the audience. They hate us for our beauty. They hate us for our riches. They hate us for our greatness. And you can hear the cries begin to switch into boos as you draw the attention of the crowd. As you both groups sort of make their way towards the center of the arena, you can see the gate at the west side, an enormous gate, begins to lift. And the voice speaks again. But perhaps their plan will be interrupted by the children of the mysterious trolls. And as he shouts this, the audience goes wild again. It seems that this is a name they're familiar with. And in through this very large opening on the west side, you see one figure that dwarfs the rest, an enormous white creature covered with fine fur. It walks on all fours, but appears to have hands. It's enormous, at least 20 to 25, 30 feet tall, towering over you. It has the face of a bat and the body of an ape, and riding on its shoulders is a powerfully built orc, two of which are flanking the sides, walking of this enormous beast. Two of these orcs have each have two wooden clubs, sort of in a war club shape, with a sphere at the end of them, kind of molded into the clubs. And the one riding on the back, who's significantly larger, has a large wood and stone maul that he holds above his head. Do either of you know anything about orcs? Have you met orcs at any point?
I mean, it all depends. I probably have never met them, but I do have an Academics 5, so I may know of them.
You would probably know. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew or Adrian.
I was just going to say I've probably met some. I know of orcs, and I may have met a few, but I know nothing of the Usulari. Is that what it is?
Indeed, it is. Yeah, would you know what that is, or do you think, Andrew?
Does it live in the underworld?
Yes, it does.
I have 3 in Spelunker, so it is quite possible. Yes.
Yeah, you would probably be aware of this beast. I feel like you wouldn't necessarily know its name, but given also your penchant for stone carving, you may have heard tales of enormous sort of ape-like bat creatures that while extremely simple-minded and probably not even crossing the line into sentience, have been known to leave very strange abstract stone carvings around the underworld, which perhaps you would have seen or come across. But what I was going to say about the orcs is if you did have any familiarity with orcs, you would probably notice that these orcs are acting, certainly their demeanor as well as their dress, is much more aggressive than orcs at least typically are. They almost have been outfitted and are behaving more in the way of an ogre. It seems that's almost the a stereotype that they're trying to get across with these quite large, imposing orcs as they make their way to the center of the arena with their enormous mount. And with that, we will roll reaction, boys.
All right.
We gotta. Oh.
Okay, that's decent.
What's that? 11 plus.
9. That's a 14 for me.
19 for me.
Outstanding. So, yes. All right. So it's one of the orcs to act first. You're going to notice him. It's going to be the one on the back of the great creature, who takes this turn to, as the creature sort of lumbers forward, sort of grabbing its mane and sliding down it. He rather deftly jumps off the top. Or I'm sorry, she rather deftly jumps off the top. You notice that this is a female orc and is much more powerfully built than the other two. She carries a very large, heavy stone maul, but she appears to be able to move quite fluidly, at least, as she leaps off this great beast. And Adrian, did you say you got 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're up, buddy.
Feeling fear for the first time. This giant creature stands before me. Its arms weighing probably 10 times my whole, like a single arm probably weighing 10 times my body. I look at it and I just think how to bring one of these down. I sort of hold my spear and I step back, and I'm just going to hold my action, I guess, till one of them some sort of like movement forward towards us, because I am sort of just quite taken aback by this. Like, what I think, why didn't Flay tell us that we would fight such a large creature so that I could prepare for this? I'm just sort of stepping back, holding my spear, waiting for one of them to take a move forward.
Very cool. So with that, in fact, two of them will. One of them, there's the two that have sort of like war clubs. Each of them has two, one in each hand. And they're both male, and they look quite similar. You think that they might even be closely related. They have a very, very uniform look to them as they move. One of them approaching the group of Chthon, which you would notice has stayed very close together, sort of almost circling each other. The six of them, I assume, Ect would be as well. In the sort of pod that they formed, which is being approached by one of the orcs, who, much in the way the Vigish were, is spinning his clubs quite dramatically, and the other approaches Keldir in sort of
I will throw the spear out.
Outstanding. So
and I got an 18.
I'm sorry?
And I rolled an 18, but sorry, just to...
No, it's all good.
Throw the description over.
And you got him. So you catch him to a certain extent off guard as he's still kind of squaring up with you, flourishing. But I'll let you take that.
So noticing that the other one moved towards the Chthon pack, they have such numbers. I must take care of I'll take care to survive myself and just throw. What type of a blow do I land on him?
You want to know his role, basically?
Yeah. Oh, just have I put him in the quick? Am I?
No. What's the? I guess we got to figure out damage, eh? So.
Yeah. So what did I? Yeah. What did I? So
you got him. Well, he got a 14 total.
So and I got a 19.
So you might boost.
I got an 8. No, I got an 18. Sorry. So okay. No boost. Okay, so 7 damage. So does that? What does that register?
Yeah, that is a decent wound. It doesn't reduce him to the quick, but it's certainly hurts.
Okay, so I throw the spear, but he is deceptively quick, and I misjudge, and he sort of lowers his body, and the spear just sort of catch him across the top of the shoulder, drawing blood and piercing skin, but not breaking any bones or severely impairing him in any way.
Certainly, he has almost an incredulous look on his face, much like the Vigish, almost surprised at the intensity of this, but certainly rising to the challenge, realizing that you are relatively capable, more so than maybe he'd initially perceived. And with that, you act. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Chthon tribe is going to act. You can see them beginning to. I mean, they've been outfitted with weapons. Several of them have pickaxes. Some of them have kind of weaponized shovels that are clearly supposed to appear like shovels to the audience, but have long, flat blades on them. They ready themselves and are kind of stirring around in this circular formation they've formed, squaring up. But you do notice several of them beginning to toss rocks. One of them even tossing a pick at the orc that is sort of squaring up and beginning to stalk your group. And the pick in particular actually catches him in the leg. It doesn't pierce him, so to speak, but it certainly seems to do some damage as it catches him in the knee. And with that, I will throw it over to Ectulthul.
All right. Ectulthul kind of stands in the middle of this group, and he commands attention. Chthon of the Rilak tribe, you will stand your ground. You will kill these orcs in the name of our tribe. You will not run, or I will devour you. I will rip your throat out with my beak, and I will feast upon you as a traitor of the tribe. Stand your ground. Fight! And I'm doing better with me than against me.
Very cool.
That is my advantage. I'm going to roll Intimidate on that. Probably not, but we'll see. 8. I have 4 grades in Intimidate, a Forte in Dracoid, so it's going to be 5 more. So it's going to be 11, 12, 13, plus my presence. 16, not quite.
I'll give you a +2 for the excellent speech.
Okay, all right. That will just barely. So the effect of this is that they get a minus. They add. They're going to actually be adding quite a bit. They're going to be adding +4 to their resistance fear meditation rolls, and +4 to their mind control resistance mind control meditation. As I add my interpersonal love for the tribe to this. I also point over at. I'm also going to be pointing over at Kaldir and say in Janton, "You fail us, and I will taste your flesh. I will taste it. Oh, Fey flesh. It's been long since I've had it. Do not fail me." And as I'm doing this, my eyes just kind of the orange seems to almost blaze out. My frill comes out in full, and the tribes members cower before me and move. I assume they move forward to confront this enemy. But you also get the bonus as well, Kaldir. But that's my accelerated action. On my standard action, I will chuck a rock.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
So I will sling over my head, whipping around in a counterclockwise motion. I fling it at this approaching orc, hoping to catch him off guard by this. We will see how that works out. Not too well this time. That's going to be a total of. I add 6 to that, so that is 12.
That will be a miss.
Okay. Yep. It flies. It flies past him as he kind of just casually dodges aside, but it hits into the floor and breaks into pieces, but doesn't do him anything.
You can notice at this point that the larger female orc is standing next to the massive beast, and they most of their attention at this point is turned towards the crowd. It seems that the large creature, or both large creatures, are at least present enough of mind to understand that this is a show to be put on, and feeling that their two companions have the battle in hand at this point. Much of what they're doing is riling up the crowd. They seem to be quite a popular attraction. This faction that's moved into the ring, and the orc who has been injured by Kaldir is certainly moving in quickly. His sort of circling technique has sort of been replaced with a sidestep as he closes the distance between you quite quickly, and swinging his clubs around as he comes in, trying almost to distract you. He finally swings with a blow as he gets in close, actually turning to his back, swinging with his left hand, sort of in like a spinning back fist maneuver, as he quickly whips around and goes for a backhand strike, which will not swing well. That will be a 11 total.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a 19.
That will do it. So as he does, maybe a little overconfident, or perhaps still just trying to ring up some drama, he swings with really a quite impressive visually attack, but it appears that his focus was elsewhere, as his long arms are unable to connect with you as he swings this wooden war club around. While it doesn't come particularly close to you, you can see that the velocity that he's able to put on the end of this club is quite remarkable, as it whips around with his extremely long arms, and sort of frustrated as he spins back around. He takes both clubs and raises them up above his head and slams them into the dirt of the ground as he looks at you tauntingly. And with that, it is your action, good sir.
Okay, so this man fights with 2 clubs. Impressive. Let's test his skill at arms. I will, with also understanding my role as a showman or showwoman, I attempt to disarm his clubs. I'll use both of the ambidextry of my blades. I'll use both of them to attempt to disarm both of his clubs.
Do you know what that's opposed by? It's
Yeah. Hang on.
Sorry, I should.
I sort of brought up the rule for trip before as well.
Yeah, I think you said that we said that's acrobatics.
Yeah, acrobatics once, and if you get a -4 if you don't have that advantage.
Okay.
Yeah,
roll it unskilled.
There's a thing for disarm here. Sorry, I should have had this up. No,
it's cool. I should know, man.
Combat. Sort of funny. It's like the one bit of Within the Ring of Fire that I haven't studied up on. Like most other systems, you learn how they all work.
Yeah, it's true. Combat's like the centerpiece usually.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. How do I brawl again?
Parrying, types of attack. That's what would be in there.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say that it. I feel like it's probably whatever weapon he's using. It's just opposed by that skill. Maybe evade.
says, I gain a +4 to bonus to all rolls to the same opponents instead of the normal +1.
Okay, cool. Well, roll it, and yeah, I'm just gonna house rule it real quick.
Okay.
And yeah, just let me know what you got there, buddy.
Okay, 4. Okay, that's a big roll on the first one. That's a 16 plus. Okay, that's a 26 on the first one. Sorry, no, a 30 on the first one.
Attaboy.
That
And
seems
you-
really way too high.
I don't know. You're kind of spec for it though. You're good at it. No, it's fine, man.
18 plus, and what's that? 20. That's 2 30s.
Attaboy. And you're going for both clubs at this point, eh? Like one on each.
15, 18 plus 8 is 26 plus 4. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you are successful in both attempts. So go ahead and describe that.
Okay, so I will lunge forward with both blades, the curve of the Kopesh, catching him on the inside, just above his hands where he holds his clubs, and using the curve of the Kopesh, I'll sort of whip my hand with a snapping action of my elbows, whip them around, and knocking both of his clubs fling out of his hands after he sort of beating the ground. I use that moment to strike it, turn in, and swish my elbows around, and both the clubs hit the ground.
Very good. You can see sort of an incredulous look on his face as he's quite surprised by the skill with which you did this, and he looks at you kind of desperately for a moment as his implements go scattering across the floor. We will jump over to the group that is, or the orc who has been hit, and who's approaching the Chthon mob, and you see him actually making a break towards one of the higher elevated platforms that has these crossbows and or this crossbow and a number of other ranged weapons sort of scattered on top of it. So seeing that he's going to be facing some rock throwing, he decides that he's going to throw something of his own. So he's going to spend his whole action, or his whole turn rather, making his way around behind that platform and up the flight of stairs as the back of it, bringing it up to I have about a second, maybe a little higher than a second story level at the top of this platform. And with that, we go to the Chthon group, who have been quite bolstered by the encouragements and threats they just received. And you actually notice one of them, your rival, making for the back of the platform, kind of imploring the group of Chthon to follow her to finish the job on this large orc who's making his way up the back. And that is over to Andrew.
Seeing Lokaul do this, I'm very, very pleased. Going exactly according to plan. Maybe the chance to off arrival, hopefully. So she darts out by herself. No, the other ones follow her.
She's certainly looking behind her. I probably saying dart wouldn't quite do it. She's making her way towards them. You can hear her kind of barking in Thuban at the rest of the crew, kind of trying to implore them to follow. But she's certainly taking the lead over behind the platform.
Okay. Yeah. Sort of contemplate in my mind. Ooh, how should I do this? Kind of let her. Don't. It's too dangerous. She is brave. Brave. Brave being very kind of calling her she's gone mental. So let's get closer so we can chuck rocks. Chuck rocks. Closer. but not within melee range or anything of that sort. But I do move in, kind of pushing the group in front of me forward, kind of like physically pushing them if they don't move. And then once we get close enough, I'll definitely fling a rock in his direction. Definitely wanting to prevent him from using this large bow. So I will make my roll.
Go right ahead there, sir.
Not great. 7, and then I add 6, so that's a 13. Actually, 14. Sorry, no 13.
Unfortunately, that will be a near miss.
Oh man. Okay. So flings over his head, hits the wall that's right behind him, and he's kind of surprised because it is quite close, and actually little bits of rock rain down on him as it flies over his head, but it very nearly hits him, at least distracting him for a moment. Hopefully Lilith will get her chance and run in. But that is all I do. Go! Yeah, hit him! Kill him! Yes! Kill him!
Again, you can hear your voice kind of booming throughout the arena as
Yeah, and I'm actually saying it in Janton, just for the benefit of the crowd, I suppose. I'm kind of catching on to this. It seems like this is actually I'm starting to get it that this is supposed to be a spectacle as well, apparently. So. Indeed,
and the crowd certainly reacts in kind.
Go, my cowardly Chthon! Feast upon his flesh!
They get a big rise out of them at that. At this point, you will notice that the great beast and the more powerful orc with her massive maul have sort of been making their way along the side of the crowd in much the same way that Khaldir had, and the very large bat-like creature reaches down and grabs a ring that is attached to one of these huge trapdoors built into the floor of the arena. And you can hear the voice of the announcer, so to speak, boom over the crowd as he says, "It appears the children of the mysterious trolls have located the birthing pool." And as he rips back the top of this huge trapdoor, you can see that the compartment underneath it has been filled to the top with water, and that a number of very young Chthon, there's about 7 of them, and at least 4 or 5 are very young children. A few of them are maybe just at the age of maturity, but most of them are extremely young as they sort of raise their heads above the water. They've clearly been held underwater by the top of this trapdoor as the compartment's completely full, but they don't appear to be gasping for air or anything, although they seem to be relatively happy to be out of the water. But their young faces swinging around as they observe the massive spectacle around them, and certainly some fear in their faces. And you can see the powerful orc begin to celebrate, raising her mace above her head again and gesturing at the crowd as the announcer's voice booms again. "Perhaps her hungry beast will find some respite here." And we will jump over to the orc who is fighting with Khaldir, who is once again going to take a big swing, having just missed and is kind of been taunting you, I guess, at this point, and just having lost his weapons, he smashes his palms of his long arms against the ground again, and stepping in closely, throws a wild, almost vengeful haymaker of a punch directly at your forehead, and he comes up with
I got a 25.
No, he will miss, and again you will feel this hand go whipping by your face as it misses. Again, the velocity of these punches and these swings with the clubs is really remarkable, given just the structure of the upper body of the orc. He appears to be quite well trained, but your flighty ways have certainly gotten the best of him so far, and you can see some frustration building in him. And it's over to you.
Yes, that frustration is something that pleases me. I've gotten into his head. I've disarmed this creature. His rage is building. His guard is down. I will go for the killing blow. So once again, this. Okay, so the first one's at a +10. Alright, so 13 on the first swing.
Alright, sir.
And a 19 on the second one.
The 19 will hit, the 13 will not.
Any boosts?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it's going to... no, you will not. You boost on a 5, yeah?
No, boost on a 6.
Oh, okay, so no, either way.
Okay, so 6 damage, 1 armor surpass.
Alright, so you bring him right to the cusp of the quick.
Okay. So when his punch... I sort of like roll with the punch, and then moving past him, I just sort of, with my arm facing away from him, I sort of turn and twist my body and bring the blade up, and it just sort of cuts up through his thick orc hide, and just it doesn't sort of get any organs, but it just a line, a deep cut line goes up his back as he sort of like in anger and pain. He's quite pissed off and agitated as I am toying with him.
Yeah, you see him roar powerfully and arch his back sort of in an involuntary way against this wound. And you can see his anger beginning to turn to desperation as he feels that he's being quite handily outdone before the crowd, and that even if he is to survive, that this has been a most unimpressive performance. You'll notice around you, X, that there is basically just a frantic move towards the mucked up birthing pool and the number of young tribes members. As your tribe members got a little bit closer, you can hear their squawking in Thuban that these appear to be members of your tribe who have been brought here. And as you study them a little bit more, you can definitely begin to recognize the faces of some very young members of your tribe. So that's essentially their move, is moving away from the platform and now making their way towards the very large orc and his enormous mount. And with that, it is Andrew.
So my first reaction before I see that is I'm very impressed with Kaldir, and he's just handily taking care of this orc. And I sort of shout encouragements over to him. Yeah, yes, good, Kaldir. You are most skilled. But then, like, the whole announcement comes over, and I see the pit being opened and the children there, and like I'm disbelieving for a second, just kind of sitting there staring at it. No, they wouldn't do that. No, like, and then. Like, it's barely starting to register as, like, my tribesmen are, like, running, and I'm like, oh, these dirty Kalfar and this dirty orcs, how could they? Our future, our children, kill them all! And, like, I'm just like, you've never seen a rage like this coming over over me or almost any creature. This is one of just my skin almost turns a different color from just the rage that's seething through me, and I throw that sling aside. I don't need that shit to take care of them. Like, I'm running full bore, charging right straight ahead at this orc who is dares to raise his mace to children. The unscrupulous bastards! I will rip his throat out! And I'm going for it. I'm just gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking murder him.
All right. So yeah, that would be your action this round to get to him. So that just leaves the orc who is on top of the platform at this point, who has readied the quite formidable-looking arbalist crossbow that's mounted, and is steadying his aim upon the fraying warrior who seems to be doing quite well. And he will get 16. Oh, I think you're muted, Adrian.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I rolled a... What do you get? A 16?
Yeah.
I got a 17.
Attaboy.
I feel like an asshole.
Not at all.
This character is far too... I've never made a character good at combat before.
No, it's fun, man. Somebody's got to do it. I love it.
Okay, so can you describe that swing to me again? Sorry.
Yeah, so the orc atop this platform readies an arrow into this, or a bolt, I guess, into this very large arbalist crossbow. He doesn't seem to have a tremendous amount of skill in using it, but he seems to know that the crowd likes it. And as he begins to climb the platform, you can hear some more cheering from the crowd as they watch him ready this thing. Being mounted, it's quite stable, but it's a little bit cumbersome to use. And though he shoots a bolt off in your direction, it comes very close to you. But you're able to, with your great presence of mind, just narrowly avoid it.
Okay, cool.
Beautiful. So yes, it whips by your face with a familiar tinge, but it seems that on this day, the matchmakers may have underestimated you, and it seems at this point you've drawn the attention of both of these enormous or relatively large orcs. Over on the other side, you can see the large female orc with her mace readying herself, sort of standing in between the birthing pool and the onrush of Chthon, and she sort of holds her mace out sideways, sort of bracing for the oncoming onslaught. The creature itself, you've noticed now, has reached down and picked up one of the middle of the age of children, not one of the very young ones, but certainly still a child of the Chthon out of the birthing pool, and is holding it up to the crowd as they cheer uproariously at this display, holding it up almost like mimicking like he's going to eat this small creature. And with that, it's the injured orc who is messing with you there, buddy. And it will be another punch. Oh, there you go. That is going to be a...
I got a suppress 17.
Okay, cool. It's going to be... Let's see. Yeah, so that is going to be a hit. There's no boost, but you are going to take 4 points of damage as the edge of a hand cracks you. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 5 points of damage as the edge of a hand cracks you across the side of the cheek. This desperate creature that's been wounded seems to be almost losing its composure as he tries to fight you and swing more wildly now. So there's less behind this blow. It's not one of these super high velocity swings that you've become accustomed to, but it catches you in the side of the face with with the edge of his massive hand.
Okay. Does that play? I'm assuming that has no armor surpassed to it.
No, it does not. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, man. It's 5 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, and I sort of split blood out of my lips as this blow hit me in the cheek, and thankfully I felt no teeth crack or break, and I spit out, and I look back at this. The first time I've been hit in as long as I can remember, and I look at this orc sort of furiously. I've toyed with him for too long. His life ended.
As the blow lands, you can hear a huge swell from the crowd as they cheer, watching the blood of this Freyeen mixing with a little of the gold paint from your face being spat across the floor. You can feel the energy rise as they're clearly pulling for these two orcs to finish the job. And it is your action, good sir.
Oh, wow, I'm getting 8. It's a lot. Okay.
Attaboy.
So that is a 27 on the first roll.
Outstanding.
And an 18 on the second roll. No, sorry. Yes, an 18 on the second roll.
Okay, so you're going to hit with the first with no boost, and the second will miss.
Okay, so 6 damage, 1 armor surpass.
I'm sorry?
6 damage, 1 armor surpass. How deep into the does that put him?
Quite deep. He's on his last legs. I mean, he's.
Can I make it last leg?
Yeah, I mean, I would put it this way: that it's your. Oh yeah, it's definitely okay. It took me a minute. Yes, most certainly, good sir.
Okay. So, this punch that caught me across the chest, spitting out the blood, I turn, and it's sort of like a raised high, down low strike, and he manages to sort of knock away grab my upper arm with the blow, but as he grabs that, I sort of turn and manage to swing around and get the hook sort of part of the Kopesh blade into his thigh, and I sort of just rend it as hard as I can, and it cuts deep into the leg, and all this blood is spitting out of his leg, as it doesn't quite cut all the way through the bone, but is definitely a very serious blow into his leg as his blood is running down his leg, and his body sort of quivers, and he almost loses his balance as I've sort of cut through nerves and things that would be crucial to balance and such.
Yeah, you notice him drop heavily onto his back as this wound cuts in, and it's almost a physical reaction as you can see the will to fight leave him as he clutches the back of his leg, knowing that he's got nothing left to give, and he kind of collapses down on his back. You can hear howls of anger and him spitting in a tongue you can't understand, but you can certainly see that the will for battle has left him with this extreme wound. And with that, we will jump over to the crew of Chthon, who are. You'll notice that your female rival is the only one who's really squaring off with the large orc. She's certainly keeping her distance, but trying to get the orc's attention as it swings. She swings her massive mace, or maul rather, with its stone head around. Really just keeping the Chthon back, almost toying with her. As the rest of the group takes to launching rocks, some with slings, but most just throwing them. Again, throwing some weapons that weren't designed to be thrown. One of the shovels you can see flying up and hitting the body of this enormous white creature that holds up the child. Several of the members of the tribe are kind of trying to encircle this pit and protect it. But the enormous white beast seems largely unconcerned with the blows that it's being dealt. And we will go over to Ekt Ulthul.
All right. So, quick out-of-game question.
Do it.
Would you say that both the orc and the large creature have been victimizing these young ones?
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly.
Yes. So, completely weird, very strangely enough, there's no remnant left of cowardice in Estulthul. There's none. It is all gone, burned away in a flaming hot rage. And as fast as my stumpy legs have carried me, I'm just completely rushing at this. First, going for the orc, who is the closest. My vision just narrows. Everything else has been completely. I'm totally oblivious to everything else. My entire world is now on this orc, killing this orc. And I literally like fly at, like, just jump up and fly at this female orc, intending to rip her to shreds. So I do have Defender of the Innocent, so I will get a +2 bonus to this. But let's see how this goes.
Beauty.
Oops. Okay. So this is going to be a brawl attack. I got a total of, let's see. So it would be, hold that 1 second. 5. That's going to be a 15. 16, sorry.
16 will hit with no boost.
Okay, that's fine by me. So I am going to deeply bite into her, and you can let me know how badly she will be hurt. But I think the bonus is just to hit. So this is going to be a total of 8 damage.
Beautiful. And you added the trait
and
for...
Huh?
Yeah, no, I think you were going to say what I was going to ask about.
What I was going to say is that I do have a hard beak.
Right.
That is immensely strong. So I do get an armor, 1 armor surpass on her as well.
Very cool. I'm sorry, what did you say the damage was? Like
8.
it's 1 armor surpass? 8? Okay, very cool. So, well, it's certainly not a mortal wound by any stretch of the imagination. You certainly deal her a blow that is not insignificant and is going to get the vast majority of her attention at this moment.
Okay. I don't hit quite as well as I intend to, but it is a horrific bite of my turtle beak. Imagine this huge, almost snapping turtle like mouth that has extremely sharp edges with this pointed beak on the end, and I leap upon her leg and take a really big-sized bite into her calf, taking out a large chunk of flesh, and I just taking out a large chunk. She screams in agony. Blood just spurts across the dirt. There's she starts panicking, seeing this large, as anyone would, this large creature with this huge maw taking a huge chunk out of her leg. She's backing away, screaming at the wound that is now bleeding all across the floor of this arena, and the crowd, I'm sure, boos. I'm sure there's a mix of boos and cheers in there, but a cacophony starts up. But again, my attention is all on her. I will murder her. She will die.
Alas, as this madness continues, you feel hands grabbing you, pulling you off this creature. And as you turn around, you notice that there are a relatively large number of Kalfar who are on the floor of the arena now, and they're dressed in very simple robes of the color of the floor of the arena. It seems as if it's almost made so that they'll blend in as much as possible. But they quite viciously grab you and start pulling you off this orc, almost surprised, chirping at each other and chanting that this has gotten out of hand. And you notice that one of the gates on the side of the arena has opened, and that several of these Kalfar in these brown robes to match the floor are ushering the members of your tribe towards this opening gate. You can hear the voice of the announcer boom over. But interrupting the work of these mysterious children of trolls, drawn by the blood and the clamor, the hungry Mihangi. And from one side of the far side of the arena, you can see another gate beginning to open, and the three Mihangi, that you'd seen earlier, including the massive giant one who carries an enormous hunting sword, are making their way at a rather vicious pace into the center of the arena. You'll also notice that near Kaldir, there are several of these Kalfars who are beginning to usher you out as well. Although they give you a moment, standing over the orc that you've dropped. You can notice that the large orc, the large white beast, and the orc who had been on top of the platform are turning their attention towards these Mihangi, who appear to be distracted by the presence of this delicacy in the arena, desperately trying to get to him. But the orcs seeming to take positions to try to take advantage of their distracted state as they tear into the arena. But as I said, the Kalfar that are closest to Kaldir, who is standing over his victim or her victim, are giving you a moment, it seems, to decide how you'll handle the injured orc in front of you. So I'll throw it over to Adrian.
Knowing this orc is no longer a threat, I turn and face the nearest bit of the crowd and sort of holding my two Popesh blades towards them, one of them dripping with the blood of the orc. Am I getting the sense that I'm being pulled away? That
Yes, you do. Not immediately, but it certainly is clear. Or probably would be clear to you based on the way that these robed figures seem to be ushering the Chthon to safety. That you as well are finishing up your time in the arena.
As loud as I can, hoping to reach the crowd, I say, "Craven citizens of Jalf, it appears the light of the Freya daughter shine too bright. I will return, and you shall cower in fear. Hide, hide. I will be back. And a Freya daughter, remember the name." And I sort of allow the Kalfir to drag me off.
They do, and if you're kind of making a show as if you're trying to get to the Mihangi or stay into the arena, they to a certain extent play that up with you, pushing you off as the announcer booms. The cowardly Freyne runs from her enemies as the Mihangi turn their attention to the children of the trolls. And I'll jump over to Andrew.
Now I will kill him. I will kill him. I will murder her. Get off of me. Get off of me. And like they really have to like they have to be these Kalfar are going to have to be really careful because if any of them get their I'm sure they're holding my arms and really struggling with me, but if any of them get anywhere close to my mouth, that's going to be a big mistake on their part. I'm just like I'm just snapping with anger. Just blood is just from the chunk I took out is just it's sprayed across my face. And just dripping down. I look ghastly, like this horrific creature with a skull-like face. I suppose I'm just pointing, like I'm pointing at her. I will murder you. I will get you. I will find you again, and I will kill you. But I'm gonna intimidate. I'm gonna do an intimidate.
Attaboy.
I might not succeed, but we'll see. Not going to get my forte on this, as I'm better at intimidating Dracoids. But I do get a +2 bonus on her. So let's see. This is 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's only a 9. It's not a great roll. So.
Well, the orc herself seems relatively unintimidated, although certainly quite taken aback at the wound you dealt her, and a little spurned about it. The crowd itself is certainly very reactive to anything you have to say, and being somewhat familiar with Chthons in the arena, they're quite quite impressed by your willingness to fight. There's certainly a stereotype that while Chthon are great slaves, they make terrible gladiators, but you seem to have the will to fight. I will add as well that at this point the great white creature has basically dropped, but really set down the child he was holding, and has turned his attention towards 2 of the Mihungi as he's kind of trying to intercept them as they make their way past him, darting towards the Freyin on his way out of the ring. But you do notice the children have been gathered up by members of your tribe who are further ahead towards the exit.
But the last thing I say as I'm being dragged out of the arena towards her is, "You seek to end my tribe's future. I will end your future."
Your words boom out over the arena as the gate slams shut behind you, falling from some perch high above, sealing off this room. You can see one of the Mihungi, the smallest and quickest one, slam against the gates, reaching through, cursing in some vile language, eyeballing the Freyin, staring at him, cursing, before he turns his back, turns his attention, and begins to square off with the orcs as the other 2 begin to stalk the great beast, trying to draw its attention, trying to separate these children of the trolls who now occupy the center of the arena. As you get into the small holding room in the back, you notice that the Freyin you become most familiar with, Flay and Jalfo, stand there, Flay with a large smile on his face, clapping his hands as he gestures over to Jalfo, who has his typical stern look on his face. You said Chthon won't fight? And the Freyin will be a disaster? He looks at you, quite impressed with his most recent crop and the spectacle you've just put on. Winners eat, my friends. Winners eat. And with that, I will throw it over to closing soliloquies for anybody who wants to jump in first.
Okay, I'll go. As I was dragged away from the arena by these Kalfar, anyone watching me would have seen a smile on my face. And this smile, it was not a fake smile. I thoroughly enjoyed playing my role in this arena, taunting the Kalfar in the stands who hide away from the surface world, out of the light of our Mazda. They cower. It was almost therapeutic to be taunting ones in many a way that I would have been taunted by my kind. Sort of the bully becomes, the bullied kid becomes the bully. I thought of seeing their faces, taunting them, hearing seeing their anger upon their face as they called for my blood. But no, I will not give them my blood. I will never give them my blood. I will taunt them as long as I can. My master seems worth in that. I have value. The exhilaration of this spectacle is something I greatly enjoyed. The initial thought I had upon arriving here of trying to find value outside of the arena, that's almost a distant memory. Truth be told, Chaldia and Freyadotia. I enjoy being in Freyadotia more than myself. Truth be told, I look forward to the next time I step out there. That'll be it.
As I am now kind of separated from the object of my rage, the adrenaline leaves my body actually rather in stages that seem to make me aware more and more of the pain. Oh, the pain. I had forgotten it, but it has come back with a vengeance. The pain in my back. Oh, it's horrible. The old pain is returning, and I slump down against the wall, almost ignoring everything that the master says. But I'm lost in my thoughts. I'm that orc. I hate it. I hate that creature, that large creature, tried to destroy that which I hold most dear, the future of my tribe. It means everything to me. My tribe is me. Their destruction is the destruction of me. But they're not the ones behind this. No, this was not the orc's idea. This was not that simpleton beast's idea. This was the Kaffar's idea. I will have my vengeance. They dare to put the children in harm's way for a spectacle. I will not abide this. No. I will make them pay. I will make them pay for it. I will rip out their throats and watch them gag on their own blood. But not yet. It is not time yet. I must bide my time. I must wait. I must act, show, gain favor before I can strike. But when I do, all those who stand in front of me will feel not only my own wrath, but the tribe's wrath too, and that shall be mighty as we grow. Beware, Kalfar. Beware.
And scene. All right, beautiful, boys.
Yeah.
Whew. Very good. Very good. I'm all out of breath. Fucking, it's intense. I feel for you, Adrian, running our game every week. It's
That was good fun.
good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Yeah. Any impressions? I don't know. I had a couple of little questions I wanted to ask you guys about it, but if there's anything.
Well, I first of all just want to say thank you so much, Stephen and Adrian, for this game.
Thanks,
I
Stephen.
think everyone
That's
did
awesome,
a
man.
fantastic job. Stephen, very much loved it. Absolutely loved it. Great game. Excellent
Cheers,
first
buddy.
section.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. I really loved the announcer in the arena. The voice you did for that was just awesome. It's almost like it just didn't need any other describing other than the voice. You could just picture it. The coward. Right? It's just awesome. I love that.
All right. But
Cheers.
unless you have any parting words, I can stop the broadcast anytime you like.
Cool. Yeah. No. That's good. And like Andrew had mentioned, we're looking for more characters to sub in, and so I'll definitely post up on Raw, and you guys can get any info for how to draw up a character for the little experiment we got going here. But no, just thanks to my players. Like I said, I couldn't be happier with the two guys who jumped in here. So lots of fun. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.